KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. This is KSL News Radio,
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
9 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Amanda Dixon. KSL's top story, remote workers for Hill Air Force Base are returning for in-person work today in compliance with an executive order from President Trump. UDOT is urging people to prepare for extra congestion this evening around the gates in Layton, Clearfield, and Roy. Nick Day works at a Maverick near the South Gate. He thinks they'll start seeing even more people stop by.
Almost everyone who goes in through that gate comes here at one point or another, so yeah, I imagine we're going to have that much more business.
Day says about half their business comes from base workers and their families. Our top national story this hour from ABC News, jobless claims have shown a substantial increase this week after a dramatic decline a week ago.
The consensus was for 213,000 initial applications for unemployment benefits in the final week of January, compared to 207,000 the previous week. The analysts aimed low as first-time claims came in at 219,000. All told, 1.88 million Americans are receiving unemployment benefits.
ABC's Jim Ryan reporting. We have an update to the Star-based STEM camp for kids we told you about earlier this week at Hill Air Force Base. Last night was their last event for students since their funding has been cut. Star-based director David Amperin tells KSL TV he's hoping the funding can be restored in time for students to take part next year.
We want to see them do this. We want to see them actually have the thrill of victory, the agony of defeat, all that good stuff.
Star-based teachers volunteered their time to hold the final event last night. Your money at this moment, the Dow is down 128 now. We're at 44,741. Coming up, it looks like we've got rain coming in tomorrow. Today, just a few clouds. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time, 9:02.
The sources where we get our news matters.
When you listen to Utah's Morning News, we want you to feel the stories are important to you and trustworthy. This is Amanda Dixon.
And I'm Andy Farnsworth. Join us weekday mornings on KSL News Radio.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Boy, right after the holidays, everyone needs a little cash, right?
Oh, yes.
We have great news for you. Right now, UCCU, Utah Community Credit Union, will pay you for your auto loan and credit balances. So all you have to do is just transfer your auto loan or your credit card balance to UCCU. And on top of giving you a low interest rate, which will save you money, UCCU will give you 1% cash back up to $250 on every loan you transfer.
Amanda, as soon as I heard about this, I said, I'm in this exact situation. I transferred. I actually had to have 2 loans to get my car a year ago.
Yeah.
Long story. Got it consolidated into one, and they paid me 1% back for each thing. I've got 1 payment now instead of 2. It's so much easier, and it took me maybe basically an hour. I just went straight to the website. I applied. They said, you got to send me these documents. I did, and all of a sudden, within a couple of days, I had it all set.
This is how easy they are to work with, always looking for ways to help you and your family. You can find out more on the UCCU mobile banking app or just go to uccu.com/transfer. Utah Community Credit Union. You're going to love where you bank.
It's the Advanced Window Products President's Day sale. If the cold is seeping in through your old windows, Advanced Window Products will install state-of-the-art double-pane windows with insulated frames. Your home will take on an exciting new look, and you're going to save on your heating bill. And not for nothing, your air conditioning in summer, and right now at the President's Day sale, you save $2,500 off 10 windows or more. For 38 years, Advanced Windows has been building beautiful custom windows and frames right here in Utah. There's no middleman, so you save. So keep out the cold, cut down your energy bills, and save $2,500 with one call to Advanced Window Products. 801-850-9100. An expert comes out for a no-pressure consultation. They'll tell you about the payment plans, including no payments for 24 months. The Advanced Window Products President's Day sale. Get $2,500 off. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or just go to advancedwindows.com.
We have emergency traffic and weather brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. And here's Heather Kelly.
We've got almost 4 miles of nearly stopped traffic on northbound I-15 as you approach 650 North in Clearfield and head all the way up to Riverdale Road. It's due to a crash that's actually blocking both sides of the freeway. So you've got a couple of cars blocking a left lane in the road construction zone, so everybody moves to the right. But just as soon as they pass that, the right lane is blocked, so everybody has to move back to the left. So it's causing big issues there. You're going to probably want to get onto US 89, just avoid northbound I-15 through Weber County for the moment. You can get back on in Ogden. Get the best Valentine's gift ever, an original Minky Couture blanket. Save 50% by using promo code KSL50 in stores and online at minkycouture.com. Minky Couture, the best Valentine's gift. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Today won't be as warm as it's been this week. 52 for a high. Warmer tomorrow, but we have rain moving in tomorrow afternoon. Snow in the mountains. Right now it's 32 degrees. I'm Amanda Dixon from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
Eye on the Hill 2025. Special coverage with Dave and Dujanovic.
Let's talk about this proposal on Utah's Capitol Hill, Dave. I'm sure we're going to have a lot to say about this, as well as our listeners, as we take phone calls this morning. There's a proposal that would not allow people who use SNAP benefits, otherwise, a lot of us know it as food stamps, to buy soda or candy. And in a moment, we're going to get the lawmaker who is pitching this plan on the line to walk through it with us. What do you think?
I had kind of an interesting experience with this. I assumed that food stamps played by kind of the same rules as WIC. The WIC program, Women, Infant, Children, where it's cereal and cheese and bread and butter, and there's a very specific item that you can buy. I didn't realize that the SNAP program or the food stamp program had much more leniency in what you can purchase, including soda and candy. That surprised me because is that the best way to use those dollars? Is buying up a bunch of Butterfingers and Twix and Snickers and 2 liters of Diet Coke?
A couple things I want to ask the lawmaker when we get her on the line in just a few minutes is, who regulates that? If you use SNAP benefits, do you go through the line at the check stand, and if you try to buy a candy bar, the cash register goes, put it back, can't purchase, no. And then where does that stop? Because okay, candy bars have sugar in it, but so do cereals. Mm-hmm. So do donuts. So do cookies. Soda has sugar in it. But does that prohibit them then from somebody who is on that program from buying diet soda? And do we want to be putting diet soda, for example, in our kids' bellies? If you just, versus regular soda. Because some people don't want to drink diet soda. They would rather drink regular soda. I know you're a big Diet Coke person. So, where do we draw the line on that? Is it all fizzy drinks? Is it just soda drinks? So there's a lot of layers of this that I want to go through with her in just a few minutes when she jumps on the air with us. We're also going to be taking live calls. 801-575-TALK. I want you to really listen to what the sponsor of this legislation has to say. Formulate your opinions and then weigh in at 801-575-TALK. Do you agree or do you disagree with this plan?
Well, as you were listing all the things that this possibly could affect, I couldn't help but think about protein bars. And you had an interesting conversation about protein bars because a lot of people would look at protein bars, say, oh, well, I know those have sugar in them, but they have a lot of protein in them. Maybe that's a good snack.
That's a great question for her. They have less sugar than candy bars, but sometimes they do have added sugars, or they have a sugar substitute in them. But, they're marketed because they're higher in protein than maybe just a general candy bar. again, where do you draw the line with that? Is it a certain number of grams of sugar that are allowed, to be purchased? So I think I wonder if the enforcement of this will be a little tricky. And again, drawing the line in the sand. Where is that line in the sand? But you overall don't think that people should be able to buy this at all? Because let me add one more tricky layer to this. What if you have kids and it's Halloween? Right? I mean, are you not going to hand out candy at Halloween? Or are your kids not going to get a little, chocolate Easter bunny when it's Easter? Because we're not allowed to purchase it on that with those types of benefits.
I think fundamentally we need to look at what the purpose of the SNAP program is, food stamps. And it's to feed folks that are struggling. They don't have money to do so. So do we want to treat them? And I think we got to really look at the differences between wants and needs. And when it comes to government money, when it comes to the welfare or food stamps, I think we absolutely have an obligation to provide for some needs, not so much for the wants. And I don't think anyone can argue that candy and soda is absolutely a want and not a need.
Good morning, Representative.
Good morning.
Kristen Chevrier on the line with us. She's a representative on Utah's Capitol Hill who's pitching this idea of limiting, restricting candy and soda, right, from being purchased with SNAP benefits?
That is correct.
So what's the thinking behind this? Because obviously it's difficult because we all like the candy, we all like soda, and this is very common. Like, this is not a luxury thing. This is something that everyone eats probably just about every day on some level.
Candy and soda?
Well, maybe I'm just talking about myself. As you can tell, Dave eats too much candy and soda. So what's the reasoning behind it?
Yeah, what is the reasoning?
So the reasoning behind it is that the purpose of the SNAP program, as your previous guest said, is to feed and create health. It's not to have the extraneous and unhealthy sugars and candies. We have an obesity crisis in our country right now. I think it's 1 in 5 children in the U.S. is obese. We also know that 72% of the SNAP recipients are on Medicaid. So we're paying for junk food, and then we're paying for health care because of the junk food. So I think the purpose of the bill is to try to make people more healthy, make them use the taxpayer dollars to build health instead of to build chronic illness.
Well, and I appreciate that. I also wonder where you draw the line, Representative, because when I think of candy bars, certainly I think of, it's probably not the healthiest choice. I don't eat a lot of them myself. But I also know there's a lot of cereals that I wouldn't feed my kids because they were loaded with sugar a lot of times.
Right.
I think of, kind of that fast food that you can purchase at the grocery store, not fast food, but the Pop-Tarts that you could pop in the toaster.
Yeah,
so would those still be allowed? And is this just...
So there, in the bill, there is a definition of candy. So it would go by the definition of the bill. This is obviously just a step in the right direction, I think. It's not it's very hard to distinguish, as the people from the Retail Association have told me, between what is food and what is junk. But I think this is a clear line that we can draw. Soda pop is the number one purchase with SNAP dollars, period.
Wow.
And is it soda pop that's loaded with sugar that you want to prohibit from purchase, or could somebody purchase diet soda, for example?
That would depend on how they set up the cash registers to determine what qualifies for a SNAP benefit and what doesn't. I'm not sure on that right now. There are still changes being made to the bill, so I can't tell you for sure on that. But I think the sugar-laden drinks and the candy are a good place for us to just step towards health, to kind of discourage the use of those things and encourage people to buy actual food. And, we've got to look, we have a health crisis in our nation right now. Children are less healthy than they've been in decades. And I think a lot of it has to do with what they're eating. I don't know if you're aware, but I'm also running a bill to remove food dyes from school food. Synthetic dyes from school food. I think we just need to change our culture and start paying more attention to our health. The benefit of that is we have healthier, happier people, but also that we're spending fewer tax dollars on trying to fix the problems that we've created with these foods.
We're speaking with Representative Kristen Chevrier, who's got a bill that pitches getting rid of candy and soda when it comes to food stamps. So those are a couple of items that you wouldn't be able to purchase. Now, Representative, I can't help but think...
Can I clarify?
Please.
You can purchase them, just not with government
food stamps.
dollars.
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, of course. So I can't help but think back of Michelle Obama when she made this big push to make school lunch healthier. And what research has shown is that no question school lunches became healthier, but the amount of healthy food that was being thrown away by kids skyrocketed. They didn't want these healthy options. They didn't want the whole wheat pizza. So, I mean, not that this is not a noble quest, but kids' number one favorite lunch is Lunchables. And, whether, I guess ultimately, are we more concerned about calories or healthy calories? Because if kids are throwing them away, that's 0 calories.
Well, I think that's a whole discussion by itself, but I think that we've trained our palates in the wrong direction. I mean, you were pointing out that you need some candy every day.
Oh, I'm the worst. I'm so guilty of this.
And honestly, I don't eat candy very often at all. I eat it on holidays, and every once in a rare while. I just think that we're so absorbed with satisfying our sweet tooth that we don't think about the long-term consequences. And that's fine if you're using your own money to do it. But if the government is going to pay to feed the most vulnerable among us, I think that the focus should be on health. And as I said, we're just talking here about candy and soda.
Mm-hmm.
We're not talking about pizza. We're not talking about cereal. It's just the candy and soda.
We know
and please never compare me with Michelle Obama.
We know you got to run, Representative, but just a quick question. Is there any kind of a carve out, I think about, like, no pun intended, for like Halloween? Or is this just you can buy it with your own money, but you just cannot buy it with any sort of a SNAP benefit?
As the bill is right now, it would exclude it entirely from SNAP. But in order for this to happen, we have to get a waiver from the federal government. And so that is part of the bill, that we're applying for a waiver from the federal government. So it can't even happen unless we get the waiver. But yes, at the moment, it would just exclude it entirely from SNAP funding.
Well, Representative, thank you for joining us. We appreciate your time. Kristen Chevrier just joined us, so thank you. We'll continue this conversation because I think it's fascinating.
801-575-TALK, 801-575-TALK. We'll continue the conversation by taking live phone calls right now. What do you think about this? You've listened to what the lawmakers sponsoring this legislation, what her reasoning is, what her thought process is behind sponsoring this. But what are your thoughts? Should we not allow candy and soda to be purchased with SNAP benefits? You said you've actually had an experience with this earlier, and you told me a story that you went into like a local convenience store one day and you saw a bunch of signs posted. Can you walk us down that as we wait for live calls?
Yeah, ironically enough, and by the way, the phone call, 801-575-TALK, please give us your thoughts. But I was ironically going in to purchase a soda at a locally convenience store. I've been going for 40 years, and I know the owner. And he had all over the place no EBT cards. We don't accept EBT cards. And they were all over the store. And I asked him. Which is the
SNAP benefit
cards. Which is the SNAP benefit cards, yeah. So this is the welfare, the food stamp cards. And I asked him, why did you just put these all up? And he said, I just had an experience the other day where a woman comes in 5 minutes before we close down, grabs hundreds of dollars, like a couple $100 worth of candy and chips and soda, and just throws it on the table and tries to pay for it with the EBT card.
And this is a story you're hearing from him, the
yeah.
owner. Okay.
Yeah, the owner's telling me this.
Okay.
And he said, we don't take EBT cards. We don't have the setup for that. So you can't purchase all this. He said, and besides, this is the absolute worst place to buy chips and candy and soda. It's the most expensive place. We're double and sometimes triple the cost of a store.
Oh.
Go buy it somewhere else. You can get it far better deal.
So they charge the whatever the price is on the on the stand. They charge that price. They don't give it a special discount because somebody's buying it with an EBT card. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. You're paying the store price. Okay. So if it's $3 at Walmart and $6 at the convenience store. So he said what bothered him is that she left and he had to restock a couple $100 worth of candy and food right as they were closing. So that's why he started putting no EBT cards accepted here.
Karen, good morning.
Morning.
It sounds like you're a single mom. Do you use these benefits, the SNAP benefits?
Yeah, I do. I have 5 boys and I'm a full-time mom. I don't have any child support or anything, and so I work 3 jobs. I currently have it, but I probably won't soon. But I really feel like she's wrong about what she's saying. I don't feel like the soda, even though it's not the best thing to eat, I don't feel like that's what's causing the obesity. I feel like what the FDA allows to be put in our food and allows to be put in those things is the biggest problem. And that's why I try and, look out for certain ingredients like, the high fructose corn syrup and different things like that. I still let my boys have that kind of stuff sometimes, but, I really feel like if they want to fix the problem, they need to start with the FDA and figure out how to not put that kind of stuff in there like they do in other countries.
Let me ask you this. Do you buy these products like a candy bar for your kids once in a while or a couple, 2-liter bottle of soda with your SNAP benefits from time to time?
I do every once in a while. I have some kids that are special needs, and sometimes every once in a while it'll actually help for encouraging them to do certain things, which is probably not the best thing to do. But when you're limited on funds, I can't say, hey, I can spend $40 to go and get you a Lego set.
Karen, no judgment. Karen, absolutely no judgment. No, I appreciate the phone call. And there's a reality that we live in, right? I mean, I understand what Representative Chevrier is saying is should these wants, candy and soda, be purchased with government-provided food stamps? Well, we should provide for needs, absolutely. That we have a moral obligation, I believe that. Do we have a moral obligation to provide for the wants?
Yeah, I want to get to more of our callers because Shannon also says that she's on EBT and you have children. So what do you think about this pitch to eliminate or prohibit soda and candy from being purchased with those benefits, Shannon?
Hi. I think there's a much bigger problem. I don't think that necessarily is the big problem. I used to be on it. I'm not anymore. But I will tell you, when it comes down just to the basics, you are allowed to buy lobster, steaks. You can spend it on, a big old party, but they don't allow basics like toilet paper or a basic laundry detergent, things that mothers need to get their house through. There's no regulation as far as the food. The only thing in the store that will catch it, you can't buy like a $6 hot rotisserie chicken that could feed your family for days, anything in the hot section. But you are allowed to go in there and buy steaks and lobsters. There's no regulation on that, which I just think is so wrong. There's a lot of, I don't want to name them, but Jack in the Box, other places that let you use EBT there, which I don't think should happen either. But basic necessities of the house, toilet paper, stuff like that, are not covered. So,
well, thanks for your perspective, Shannon, for calling in with that, because we're learning a lot as we talk to our listeners. Karen as well. Adam, I know you're on the line. I want you to hold the line for just a few minutes. Bear with us. We're going to continue this conversation. We're going to continue taking live calls, 801-575-TALK. Do you agree or do you disagree with SNAP benefits, being prohibited for use when it comes to sodas and also candy? Just talked to a state lawmaker who is pushing for this on Utah's Capitol Hill. We want you to weigh in as well. We're going to also continue this conversation by getting the other side of this controversy. People on Capitol Hill, not everybody up there agrees with it. The conversation continues right after the break.
Join the smartest conversation in Utah, the team of analysts and political advisors that make up Inside Sources. Get unfiltered analysis of the new administration, the president's cabinet, and Utah's upcoming legislative session. Inside Sources, weekdays from 1 to 3 on KSL News Radio.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Washington County Legacy Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Washington County Legacy Park. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Mountain America Expo Center, Washington County Legacy Park. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandswimspasale.com.
Are you tired of the pain and discomfort caused by those bulky, ill-fitting dentures? Sick of feeling self-conscious when you eat with family and friends? It's time to take charge. Stubbs Dental Implant Center, Utah's Best of State winner, is here to give you your freedom back. Say goodbye to dentures and say hello to the All-on-X dental implant procedure, the permanent, life-changing fix that lets you chow down on your favorite foods without a care in the world and flash that confident smile once again. With cutting-edge technology, you can have a brand new permanent smile in as little as 24 hours. Yes, you heard right. Fast forward to finals and let your new smile steal the show. And here's the best part. Your consultation is absolutely free. At Stubbs Dental Implant Center, Utah's #1 dental implant center, they've helped thousands of patients love their smiles again. You could be next. It only takes 60 seconds to start your journey to a happier, healthier smile at StubbsDental.com. That's StubbsDental.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hi, I'm Utah Tax Attorney Jordan Wilcox.
In these trying times, when inflation is out of control and our paychecks give us less and less money to support our families, the last thing any of us can afford is for the IRS to garnish wages, levy bank accounts, or seize assets. It's important now more than ever to protect your financial security.
We have reduced our tax liability by over $42,000.
$66,300.
Let us safeguard you. Visit endtaxworry.com. We have saved countless taxpayers like you millions of dollars, kept businesses in operation, and ensured that our clients receive the best possible outcome.
Nearly $65,000.
$12,000 is something that you can look at and say, okay, I can handle that.
I'm Jordan Wilcox, your Utah tax attorney. You work hard for your money. Let us work hard for you. Visit endtaxworry.com.
We're very grateful.
9:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Amanda Dixon. KSL's top story this hour: the recent rise in flu and RSV cases have led to an increase in children being hospitalized locally. University of Utah professor and primary children's hospital pediatrician Dr. Nathan Money says these highly contagious viruses can survive on surfaces for several hours and are usually spread from older siblings to their younger ones.
The younger a baby is, the younger a child is, the more likely they are to have severe RSV and the more likely they are to be hospitalized.
To help slow the spread, he says one of the best things you can do is keep your kids home when they're sick. Two bills aimed to help encourage healthy diets will be heard in this legislative session. One of the bills would ban those on SNAP benefits from buying soda or candy with their benefits. Utahns Against Hunger opposed the bill, calling it mean-spirited. Bill's sponsor, Kristen Chevrier, spoke to KSL TV.
Nobody's telling them what they can or can't buy with their own dollars. We're just saying, this is what the government money is going to pay for.
Executive Director of Utahns Against Hunger, Gina Cornea, says the solution to a healthy diet is providing more resources. A second bill would ban foods with certain dyes from being served in school. Popular drugs prescribed for diabetes and weight loss may play a role in vision loss because they work a little too well. Doctors at the Moran Eye Center looked at 9 patients using drugs with the active ingredients in Ozempic, Wegovy, and Mounjaro, who later developed vision problems. Neuro-ophthalmologist Dr. Bradley Katz says they believe a rapid drop in blood sugar induced by these drugs may be linked to the problems.
We're not recommending that anybody stop these drugs because, as I said, they're very effective in what they do. Our advice to patients and physicians is that if you're going to use these drugs, just taper onto them slowly.
There are several ongoing studies to test the hypothesis. Your money at this moment, the Dow is down 88 points right now. That's 0.2%. We're at 44,781. Coming up, we've got some clouds today, a storm moving in tomorrow. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time, 9:32. Mornings are for recharging.
And they're for starting your day right.
We volunteer to join you in the car. Get news and weather at 102.7 FM during the most important part of your day.
Andy and Amanda, each morning between 5 and 9 on KSL News Radio.
I've talked a lot about hard water in the past because I have a Kinetico soft water system in my house. And you may be asking yourself, okay, what does that mean? What does hard water mean? Utah is loaded with dissolved particles that once they hit your home, they undissolve, and then you get this pile up. They wreak havoc on your skin, your hair. You probably see it on your dishes or appliances, the jackhammer that you need to clean your tub and shower. If you want to keep all of that gunk out of your house, you need a good water softener. And I'll tell you, my advice is give Kinetico of Utah a call. Their softeners are maintenance-free. Never once have I ever had to do anything with my water softener other than throw in a little salt in the bin, and that's it. And I get 24/7 optimally soft water, and it's fantastic. It's great on our skin, dry skin. I've loved it for that thing. And it uses 1/3 the salt that other softeners use. It is so highly efficient. And then you get it, again, 24/7. It never runs out. A lot of water softeners out there, if you have a busy morning of showers and dishes and laundry, you can actually run out of soft water and you got to wait for it to recharge. But not with Kinetico of Utah. Their water softeners provide all the soft water you can use. Just give them a call right now, 801-576-8600. They're an authorized Kinetico dealer, 801-576-8600, or check them out online at softwaterutah.com.
Emergency traffic and weather together brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. And here's Heather Kelly.
We still have this crash northbound I-15 near Riverdale Road up in Weber County. Now, the good news is the left lane is now open, but the right lane remains closed due to all the emergency vehicles and the other cars that crashed. And there's no shoulder in that road construction zone. So right now you only have 2 left lanes getting through, and traffic is backed up well into Clearfield, almost to 700 South exit. And then down in Salt Lake County, we've got a disabled vehicle on the collector ramp. This is northbound I-15 in Midvale, just before you get to 7200 South. Apparently it's blocking a center lane, but traffic is at a crawl, and it is backed up well into Sandy where you merge on at 90th South. Get started on your dream kitchen or bath countertops with special financing from Bedrock Quartz for up to 18 months. Visit bedrockquartz.com for details. That's bedrockquartz.com. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
It won't be as warm today, 52 for a high, and then a storm moves in tomorrow, bringing rain to us here in the valley, snow in the mountains. Right now, let me check our current temperature downtown. We're at 34 degrees. I'm Amanda Dixon from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
If you use SNAP benefits, essentially what we call food stamps, you could not purchase candy, you couldn't purchase soda using your EBT card if Representative Kristen Chevrier's plan gets through Utah's Capitol Hill. She joined us just a few moments ago to talk about why she's doing this.
So I think the purpose of the bill is to try to make people more healthy, make them use the taxpayer dollars to build health instead of to build chronic illness.
And this isn't a wild idea, in my opinion. In fact, we do this already with the WIC program. The Women's, Infants, Children program allows food to be purchased, but it is specific. It's cereal, fruits and vegetables, juice with no sugar added, yogurt. You know, it restricts the things you can buy. So we already do this with some programs, but with the food stamp program, we expand it. We allow many things to be purchased, from lobster to Snickers bars.
Yeah, we just learned that from one of our callers who called in to say she uses an EBT card to feed her children, and she said, it kind of pointed out an irony in it. This is that she could go to the grocery store if she wanted to with her EBT card and purchase steak and purchase lobster. They also, we're talking to our callers about how sometimes they use, I think it was Karen who called in and said she's working 3 jobs and she has these benefits, and she has children with special needs and occasionally will purchase candy to reward them. We're going to continue to take a couple of live phone calls here because a lot of our listeners wanted to weigh in. And Adam, were you on this SNAP program for a while?
Yes, and I appreciate what was just said because I've just for perspective, I've been married for over 20 years, raised family, had kids, lived through the recession, have had all the traditional struggles, job loss, health problems, and stuff like that, and so we've had our time on the benefits now. Then we appreciate that to give us a help up and to move on so we can survive, and it's been helpful. But I did find it interesting when we were on SNAP for a time, that compared to WIC, when we had our first kid in college and we were on WIC, we were told what we couldn't buy, and it made sense. I understood that. I understood this is government money. I do not think government should overreach into people's lives. However, if you are using somebody else's money, such as your fellow taxpayers and the government's money, then unfortunately you do lose your options to choice. And frankly, that should be a motivator to make your situation better so that you can have more options. So I think this makes tons of common sense. Again, this is coming from a person who has benefited from these programs that helped us through tough times.
Adam, thank you so much for the phone calls, and I've really appreciated everybody sharing their personal experiences, having used the food stamp program in the past, and I think it's led a lot of interesting insight to this conversation.
Let's get one more call in before we talk to the executive director of Utahns Against Hunger, who has some very distinct concerns about this legislation. So we'll get her on the line in just a moment. But first, Mark, you like this plan of prohibiting the purchase of candy bars, candy, and soda pop.
Absolutely. I can't understand why it's even a discussion. I want to be empathetic, and I agree with Dave. We have an obligation to help those in need, to help with food. But to provide snacks and treats and unhealthy things, I absolutely think that should not be allowed on the program.
Mark, thank you for the phone call. And I think learning more about this from our callers and through our research, it is interesting that some of the things we do restrict and the things we don't restrict with different programs, the WIC program versus the EBT or the food stamps program. I thought it was interesting that you can purchase high-end meats. You can buy steaks. You can buy lobster. But we're going to draw the line at toilet paper. Like, that's something that you can't purchase on it. Joining us right now on the line is Gina Cornea. Gina, thank you so much for joining us. Utahns Against Hunger, you're the executive director there. What are your thoughts about this, about restricting sugar, candy, and soda?
Well, I mean, it's a very interesting and very nuanced issue. And the first thing that I would say is that there are about 12 states right now that have this legislation before their legislative bodies. And so it's an outside group that has been pushing this legislation in all sorts of states. And they're really looking to undermine the infrastructure of this program. So just that sort of at the top, what we know about what's going on nationally. In terms of restricting, of course we want people to eat healthy. I mean, that's one of the reasons why the program exists. But the benefits are really modest. I mean, it always really seriously just makes me laugh when we talk about people being able to buy steak and lobster. Benefits, just for, some context, are about $1.34 per person per meal. So just, $4-ish, $5 a day. So if you were going to splurge on steak and lobster, you would not have been, one, would you even be able to afford it with the way that beef has increased in price? I don't know about lobsters, but it's just sort of a solution in search of a problem. So in terms of, go ahead.
So I was going to say, but in terms of the candy and the soda.
Yeah, I'm getting to,
go
I'm
for
getting
it,
to
Gina.
that.
Okay, go for it.
I'm getting to that. I just wanted to lay some groundwork. So if you look at the bill and what qualifies as candy, it is based on ingredients. It's not just sugar or chocolate or whatever. If it has a little bit of flour in it, doesn't count as candy. You know what has sugar or has flour in it? Twizzlers. So, it is based on ingredients. How is it that it's okay then to buy Twizzlers because it doesn't meet the definition of candy, but a Snickers bar is defined as candy, so you can't buy that. So it's really not, when you get to the nitty-gritty in the detail in the bill, it's not about healthy food. It's about what ingredients are in there. And then sugar-sweetened beverages, same thing. If it has milk in it, it doesn't count. So people could buy chocolate milk. Is chocolate milk any better for you than sugar-sweetened soda? I don't know. So it really is about punishing people for being poor, and it also opens the door to restrict other kinds of foods. Other states, they've attempted this and banned things like canned spaghetti sauce and things like that, things that people think that poor people don't deserve. And that's really, for us, what it comes down to. If we want people to be healthy, then let's make those benefits commensurate with a healthy diet and make sure that those families have the resources they need. There's a program in Utah called Double Up Food Bucks where people can use their SNAP benefits at farmers markets. And they double the benefits. So if you use one food stamp benefit, you get 2 additional. Those 2 additional dollars could only be spent on produce. That's a program that is wildly popular in our state. So we should be going down that road and helping people afford healthier foods instead of punishing them for occasionally buying a treat for their family.
Gina, thank you so much for joining us. Gina Cornea is the executive director of Utahns Against Hunger.
And bringing perspective to it as well, a different side of this, encouraging people to move in the direction of buying, like, for example, more produce and really understanding the nuances of this legislation. And is it really going to ultimately be able to accomplish the goal of no candy? Absolutely no candy. We'll see where it goes. Appreciate the lawmaker joining us with her pitch. Appreciate all the callers. Appreciate Utahns Against Hunger as well. We're going to continue this conversation in the 11 o'clock hour of the show. But straight ahead, Dave is making a pitch for nuclear power. Okay. Did he happen to find the middle ground for Democrats and Republicans? I don't know. I can't wait to hear your pitch next.
Emergency traffic brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. We still have 3 miles of nearly stopped traffic northbound I-15 from Clearfield to Riverdale Road due to a crash that's still blocking the right lane in the road construction zone. And traffic on the collector ramp northbound from Sandy to Midvale is at a standstill due to a stalled vehicle blocking several lanes. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
All the other programs out there push the drugs, and I wanted to do it not using drugs.
Worried about all the side effects from the new weight loss drugs? Let Soda Weight Loss help you let go of the weight for good, without drugs, injections, or side effects.
It was just time. We saw ourselves in a picture and said, let's do it. And he called, and it's just been a wonderful journey. Soda has all the parts that made it successful for us to lose weight. The counseling without drugs, it's the best program in my book.
Soda Weight Loss is the #1 weight loss program in America for client satisfaction and results. And we have the proof at sodaweightloss.com. Right now, when you join with a partner, you only pay for one. Let Soda Weight Loss help you drop that belly fat faster than you ever dreamed, naturally. Go to sodaweightloss.com right now. Achieve your weight loss goals with your partner and only pay for one. New clients only. Join now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. Soda is state of the art.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Dave and Dujanovic. Dave and Dujanovic.
Dave's got a pitch in favor, sounds like anyways, of at least considering the idea of nuclear power. And I think you made a really interesting argument for this when we were talking about this before the show. And the catalyst for this discussion is you saw a tweet. Why don't we start there?
This was something that Utah has been talking about. Governor Cox has been talking about bringing nuclear to Utah. And he says it's part of Operation Gigawatt.
We're laying groundwork for advanced nuclear reactors while protecting national security by building capacity to be a net energy exporter through Operation Gigawatt.
And yesterday, Utah signed into, it's a crazy acronym, NASIO, the National Association, whatever. Okay, that's not important. It basically is, hey, Utah is on board with nuclear energy. But it was fascinating to me to see the other states that signed on to this very thing. And one that might, several that might surprise you. It wasn't just Utah and Wyoming and West Virginia, Kentucky. It was some blue states. It was New York. It was Pennsylvania. It was Virginia. And what stood out to me is I think we may have found the one energy source out there that both Republicans and Democrats can buy into. Because, and this is probably, of course it is, an oversimplification, but when it comes to fossil fuels, drill, baby, drill, Republicans love oil, gas, coal. Okay. Democrats love green energy, solar, wind. The problem is no one's talking about nuclear. We have ignored nuclear for decades now.
No, I think it's because of all of the stories that many of us lived through. I mean, we remember the fear, 3 Mile Island. And then you want to come back and say, well, it wasn't as bad as it, but you still were, many of us as children were traumatized and fearful of that. You think about Chernobyl.
Yeah. Fukushima.
Yeah. So, I don't know that we're ignoring it. I just maybe we've put it to the side because of the nuclear accidents that we remember on the news day after day, month after month.
The first person to sign on to this, the first state to sign on to this, New York Governor Kathy Hochul.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, this is probably the only crossover between Governor Cox and Kathy Hochul, but it gets around this energy of nuclear. And we're excited about nuclear for some reason, and I don't know exactly what happened over the last several years that has shifted public opinion. You can see public opinion has grown far more interested in nuclear after really decades of sidelining nuclear. This is a technology that's been around for generations, for decades. And then after a little bit of a peak, we've seen this over the last 20 or 30 years, nuclear is dropped off.
I think people can get excited about it until they find out that a nuclear power plant site is being considered a few miles from their home. And I think, again, that goes back to the horror stories that so many of us remember, and some of us have studied over the years. That I think you can get excited about the idea of something until it comes knocking on your back door. So it's right now, and it's largely an idea, right? Because you caught this in a tweet, right? They signed on to this agreement to explore nuclear.
Yeah, they're going to explore places where this would be viable, how you can define the supply chains and the financial and technological risks. There's a big list that they want to look into. In fact, Operation Gigawatt is setting aside about $20 million to discover which spot here and location would make the most sense. And it was interesting. One of the spots that one of the cities that said, hey, we'd like to be considered is Eagle Mountain. And I have the soundbite from communications director Tyler Maffett.
This is not the nuclear energy of 50 years ago. This is cutting edge. This is clean. And this is part of the state's all-of-the-above energy strategy.
But not everybody's on board.
There hasn't been enough time for people to really make their voices heard. I'm not against small modular nuclear reactors, but I don't think it should be in a city. I don't think it should be done without the voice of the people agreeing to that. And it's also very experimental technology.
So what do we do? Do we move forward on this? I just found it fascinating that you have both Republican and Democratic states saying, tell me more.
Governor Cox has talked about it being one of the most reliable, cleanest, most reliable energy sources.
If you're an environmentalist and you're not pro-nuclear, I cannot take you seriously. If you really believe that we need to eliminate carbon from the air, you have to be pro-nuclear.
And there are so many energy sources out there. We talked about coal, natural gas, and oil, geothermal. I mean, there are so many nuclear, obviously, wind, solar. There are so many different ways to generate energy right now. And we are seeing this all of the above approach. I think everyone's saying, listen, we want everything. Let's not just pigeonhole ourselves into one type of energy. Let's look at everything.
So where do we put these? reactors.
That's part of what this $20 million is going to figure out. But these small modular reactors, theoretically, could be right here in your own community, in your neighborhood. You don't need to stick this in the middle of nowhere next to a body of water. The new technology claims to be able to use far less water with far less nuclear waste, and you can put it safely in a populated community.
We'll see where it goes. Fascinating, Dave. I like your take on that. That maybe nuclear is what brings the two sides, blue and red, together.
We'll figure a way to politicize it. We will absolutely figure out a way to ruin good ideas.
Straight ahead. So you're sitting on the sidelines at your kid's game and you see another parent jump out of the stands and confront the referee or the umpire. Wait until you hear what Utah lawmakers want to do about those parents. Next.
KSL offers the best daily newsletter in the state. It's the 3 things you need to know. Every weekday, we deliver quality and relevant content to your inbox. No ads, no spam, just the 3 things you need to know to be informed about the world around you. Subscribe today. Visit KSLNewsRadio.com or text the word inbox to 57500. That's inbox to 57500.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And did you know that we get a bunch of service calls per year from people who didn't even hire us? That means they originally hired someone else to replace their siding, gutters, and windows. Then later, when a problem popped up, they tried to call their contractor back to fix it, only to find out that the contractor has ceased to exist. They're gone, done, out of business. At RGS Exteriors, we've been serving Utah for 70 years. As a 5th-generation owned contractor, we've got customers who are the grandkids of our customers we had in the 1950s and 60s. We're not going anywhere. We will be here when you need us, period. For siding, gutters, and windows, now and forever, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit at rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Old Spice Swagger Body Wash will make you the MVP of freshness and confidence. With its irresistible scent, it will transform your shower experience, leaving you feeling fresh on and off the field. Pair it with Old Spice Swagger Deodorant, the #1 aluminum-free brand that keeps you feeling like a Super Bowl champion 24/7 when used daily. But don't wait. This dynamic duo is available at Costco for a limited time only. Old Spice, official deodorant partner of the NFL and Super Bowl 59, where freshness meets football greatness.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
If you've ever experienced running out of hot water before your shower was done, or hard water spots on dishes and fixtures, I've got a deal you might be interested in. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and you probably already know that a tankless water heater and a water softener solve both issues. If you've ever thought about looking into getting a tankless water heater, here's the deal I was talking about. Through the end of February, we're including a free water softener with every new tankless water heater we install. The best part of this deal might be that you never have to worry about being the last one to the shower again, or that you don't have to waste the money keeping 40 to 50 gallons of water hot 24/7. To take advantage of this deal, call Any Hour Services before the end of February. The visit's free and there's no obligation to buy. If you decide to have us install a new tankless water heater, we'll throw in the water softener for free. That's right, a free water softener when you purchase a tankless water heater. Pick up the phone and call Any Hour Services right now for all the details. 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Do you suffer from depression? The Department of Psychiatry at the University of Utah is currently seeking people between the ages of 18 and 65 who have depression to take part in a comprehensive treatment study. The goal of this study is to see if 2 naturally occurring supplements will improve depression in people living at higher altitudes. Participants will take the supplements for 8 weeks, and the study lasts 12 weeks in total. Participants must already be taking an SSRI or an SNRI medication for at least 8 weeks. Compensation will be provided to study participants. Again, if you are between the ages of 18 and 65 and suffer from depression that hasn't responded to usual antidepressants, the University of Utah is conducting a study that may help. For more information or to take part, please call 801-581-3475 or visit altitudedepressionstudy.com. That's 801-581-3475 or altitudedepressionstudy.com.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
10 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Amanda Dixon. KSL's top story this hour, a bill before the Utah legislature would require county jails to hold inmates accused of certain crimes to remain in jail until they have a chance to go before a judge. Salt Lake County Sheriff Rosie Rivera responded to the bill on Utah's Morning News, saying they've been dealing with overcrowding for a long time, and this could have a big impact on their funding.
We will have to start contracting our prisoners to other jails before we can do overcrowding releases.
Salt Lake County voters opted not to approve a bond this past election that would have helped deal with the overcrowding. Riverton City leaders passed a unanimous resolution saying they don't want fluoride in their drinking water. It was also a move to show support for a bill that would remove fluoride from drinking water across the state. A House committee gave the bill favorable recommendation, but it has not passed the full House yet. Our top national story this hour from ABC News, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu meets with lawmakers on Capitol Hill today who want more details about President Trump's proposal to, quote, take over Gaza.
Congressional Republicans, including John Thune, saying that in his view, it could shake up the status quo, it could change the Middle East. He was very diplomatic and not fully saying that he was on board with the plan. Speaker Mike Johnson went a little bit further, calling this a, quote unquote, bold plan and saying that something needs to be done that's different than the Biden administration's approach. So what we saw was this quick jump to praise this plan of President Trump's, but without much detail.
ABC's Jay O'Brien reporting from Capitol Hill. Your money at this moment, the Dow is off 141 at this hour at 44,730. Coming up, more clouds arrive before our next storm. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time, 10:02. A reminder about the simplest way to get updated for your day.
Hit your KSL preset when you jump in the car, and we'll take care of the rest.
Hear key news updates and traffic reports.
Andy and Amanda from 5 to 9 in your car.
KSL News Radio at 102.7 FM.
Hey, let's talk about Focus Engineering and Surveying. We want to talk about this because we've got the founder and general manager, Ron Paul, joining us right now. Ron, thank you so much for joining us. Tell us a little bit about what Focus Engineering and Surveying is, and what are you guys doing?
Yeah, so what we are is an engineering and surveying company, a civil engineering and surveying company based out of Midvale, but we do work all along the Wasatch Front. We also have an office up in Boise, Idaho, and we're starting out up there. We've been there for a couple years and just starting to grow that company. But we're a company of about 117, 118 people right now and growing and looking for a great team to continue building.
So you're hiring.
We are hiring.
What are you looking for in employees, Ron?
So what we are looking for, we'd like to find people that feel like they would want something more, maybe untapped potential. We're looking for people that are interested in CAD design, so computer-aided drafting. We're also looking for people who might like to do construction staking, surveying, and being out in the field and assisting contractors to build infrastructure.
What kind of experience are you looking for? Are there various levels where you could come in maybe at the ground level, or do you need highly experienced folks?
You know, that's why we're here today. Is people hear engineering and surveying, they think, oh, well, I don't have an engineering degree or a survey license or all of this training. We are willing to provide the training, and we're willing to teach the software. You do not have to have an engineering degree to do the work all of the work that we do. Of course, you need a degree and a certification to to stamp and certify the drawings that we do, but the support behind the scenes and the really important stuff is done by those without, though not necessarily those types of degrees or certifications. So we are willing to train.
What's the best way to get in touch with you guys?
So through our website, which is focus-es.com. That's a great way to get a hold of us. Our phone number is 801-352-0075. And I think there is a link through the KSL website as well to find us that way.
Fantastic. Hey, let's continue this conversation because this is so fascinating. I love this idea of being able to jump into engineering and surveying and getting you to hold my hand all along the way. So, Ron, thank you so much for joining us. Again, it's Focus Engineering and Survey. Focus-es.com is the website. You can learn more there.
Paid for by government.com. Have you heard? A recent stash of 1902 Morgan silver dollar coins has been found. These gorgeous 1902 silver dollar coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 300 of these Morgan silver dollars are available. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone interested in silver coins. Just call government at 1-800-806-1641, and you are guaranteed a mint condition 1902 Morgan silver dollar featuring the iconic old mint mark of the New Orleans Mint. But with limited quantity, you must call now. These 1902 silver coins are still in uncirculated condition. That is 122 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-806-1641. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-806-1641 now to secure your 1902 Morgan silver dollars before they sell out. That's 1-800-806-1641.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. And here's Heather Kelly.
We've got a stalled semi-truck on the collector ramp of northbound I-15 that moves you between Sandy and Midvale up toward the I-215 belt route and 7200 South. So this stall has happened right before the 7200 South exit. It's blocking 2 right lanes. Only 1 left lane is open on that collector. So traffic is backed up all the way to where you would merge on from I-15 back around 90th South in Sandy. I would avoid that collector if you can. The rest of the commute throughout the Wasatch Front is looking pretty good, including up north in Weber County, where an earlier crash had cleared near Riverdale Road. Whipple Service Champions, your cooling, heating, plumbing, drains, and electrical specialists. Whipple that away. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
We should get up to 52 today, and then a storm moves in tomorrow that'll bring rain to the valleys, snow up in the mountains. Right now it's 34 degrees. I'm Amanda Dixon from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
So you're sitting on the sidelines and you see a parent out of the corner of your eye jump out of the stands, run onto the field, confront the referee, shout down the referee, maybe shove the referee. Well, we're going to talk about what Utah lawmakers want to do about parents and fans who do that. You've seen it?
Oh, my goodness. Having worked in sports for so many years, I saw some of the worst behavior imaginable. Referees just getting an earful, and it's one thing to just hear horrible, terrible things yelled at referees, but when you start taking it to the next level, where you're throwing things at referees, and this is happening not just in high schools, but I saw it in college. We saw it even this year in college football, where referees made some controversial calls and fans are throwing stuff down on them. It was a dozen years ago, Debbie, where in Taylorsville, a referee was punched by a player after he had, called a foul and given him a red card. That player that punched the referee ended up killing that referee with that punch. I mean, we have to look at this and say to ourselves, number one, we need to change our attitudes toward referees, but because if they go away, so do the sports.
Well, and that's what's happening. We've talked about that. It's hard to find refs and umps to, help the kids navigate the games, right? Were you an umpire at one point? I was an umpire at I think, 16 years old. It was tough. It was tough back then in the 80s. Parents would just yell at me.
And I've been the coach that chirps at referees. Now, I won't say that I've ever gotten in their face or had a knockdown drag out with the referees, but yeah, I've done my fair amount of chirping, and that's part of the game right there. But when does it cross the line, and what happens if you do cross the line? Adam Small joins us right now from KSL News Radio. Adam, what is the thinking behind this bill?
Well, Dave, what this bill would do is it would add an aggravating factor to cases of assault or threatening violence involving referees. So basically, assault or threatening violence are crimes in and of themselves that, you can face, obviously punishments from a judge for. But if this bill ends up going through all the way to the governor and the governor signs it, it would add an aggravating factor that judges have to consider in their sentencing. So they consider the good factors that they may want to, take it a little easy on you if they sentence you for a crime like this. But an aggravating factor like this, and this proposal would be if you assault or threaten a referee, that would be an aggravating factor where a judge would have to take into consideration, basically meaning if you assault or threaten a referee, you could get a harsher jail sentence if you either plead guilty to or are convicted of assault or threatening violence.
Well, and I want to go back to as a juvenile, I got paid to referee games. And a lot of kids ref games. It pays, I don't know, probably more than it did me, but I think it's paying me $25 a game back in the 80s, which felt like a windfall. But being intimidated by parents to the point where I was afraid to step back on the field the next time. I wonder, are they going to bifurcate? Is there a difference in this law, Adam, that that it would be different for a child if they abused a child, either certainly physically, but verbally, who was refereeing a game compared to an adult? Or are they going to lump everybody in together?
I haven't seen a differentiation for underage referees in this bill specifically, but if we're looking at aggravating factors and charges, obviously I'm not a legal expert. This is the time I would tap Greg's shoulder, but I don't know where he's at right now. But I would assume that if you were to threaten or actually assault a ref if they are underage, I imagine the underage factor would be either an enhanced charge or at least an aggravating factor in and of itself. What this does is add the umbrella of referees to the list of aggravating factors. So I imagine if you were to either plead guilty to or be found guilty or convicted of assaulting or threatening a referee that happens to be a teenager, I imagine that only makes things worse, and I'm sure that's part of statute already, but this is just we're going to throw referees in there to protect them.
And it looks like this legislation has a lot of support at this point on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, it does. So it had one committee hearing already in a House committee, and it got unanimous support, and actually a couple of lawmakers on that committee also talked about, hey, my kids, their first jobs were refereeing. Mm-hmm. We've seen things they're very involved in sports. And we've seen videos, not just in incidents in Utah, but just around the country ever since the pandemic. There's been a lot of viral videos of just awful parent behavior, fan behavior. And we've actually seen more than 20 states actually pass laws like this to protect referees in the last several years. So yeah, it's cleared its first hurdle. So it's now on its way to the House. If the House passes it, it goes to a Senate committee, then the full Senate. So it has a few more steps to reach the governor, but so far it has received unanimous support from lawmakers.
Thanks, Adam. Yeah, it definitely seems that there is interest on Utah's Capitol Hill for this, and I think there's probably interest as well from parents who sit on sidelines or parents who have kids who are refereeing or umpiring games because it's maybe their first or second job and they're making a little money on the side. And we also are seeing fewer and fewer people signing up to be refs, and I think in large part this is why. 801-575-TALK, 801-575-TALK. Tell us a time when you saw something go down on the field, when you were sitting on the sidelines that you just thought was all wrong at your kids' games.
And there is a little bit of a fine line because there are times when a coach can go out and talk to a referee where that is normal. It's appropriate. And you can even be passionate, I think. But there is clearly a line that gets crossed when you start physically confronting somebody, right? Because obviously anyone that's been involved in sports, you've seen the coach yelling and screaming at the referee, and in baseball especially, the referee or the umpire will just start barking back at the player, right? Or barking back at the manager. So we've seen this. We've almost been trained to have these kind of confrontations. The problem is when it crosses that line. And what happens when you cross that line is you drive people out of business. This is not, our interactions, the way we're trained is we've been watching professionals interact with professional referees. That's not what the part-time soccer referee is, right? And we have to be able to separate. This is not the Jazz. This is not Real Salt Lake. This is not even high-end NCAA football. This is largely just referees that are doing this to make a little money on the side.
In fact, the representative who's sponsoring this legislation to enhance penalties for people who go after refs and attack them and actually commit a crime because they're so out of their minds on the field. Representative John Hopkins is his name. He said they're hearing about 14 and 15-year-old kids being attacked by parents and coaches who are adults.
I've seen referees, 14, 15-year-old kids that are being attacked by parents and coaches that are adults.
Taking live calls right now, 801-575-TALK. Shane, you live out in Harriman, not too far from where I live. What have you seen?
Hey, good morning to you. How are you?
So good. Good to hear from you.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks for your show. I appreciate it. So I coached Little League football for 4 years, and the way some of the parents would treat refs was just absolutely astounding. And I just couldn't believe it. I mean, there was plenty of times where I was frustrated with the refs, but I mean, at one point in time, we had a parent escorted off the field by the police. And at the end of the day, these refs aren't doing it to make, they're just doing this basically in volunteer status. But so I think this law is great for, Little League coaches, that sort of thing. As a Little League coach, there was on more than one occasions where the parents would, get on our cases, which was, it's one of those. It's just a game at the end of the day. It's not worth, fighting or violence or anything like that. So that's about all I was going to say.
Well, thank you so much, Shane. And I think how embarrassing for the child of the, whose parent is escorted off the field. And I don't think parents probably thinking about that in the moment. I also want to add this, that I have felt for a long time, if parents get out of hand, whatever, fans, whoever it is, grandparents, just cancel the game. Send everybody home. Stop onesie and twosie.
I've had that.
Just cancel the game. It just, to me, it has to be a hard, fast rule. Sorry, no second chances, no timeouts. You're not going to your car for 15 minutes and then coming back. Everybody's going home. We're going to clear the field. I think in part because you don't want this to escalate anymore, but also it sends a message to everybody. Zero tolerance.
I've been a part of that game where the referee had enough and he just canceled the end of the baseball game.
Good.
He sent everybody home and everybody was in shock over it. Can I tell you the time I got humbled by a 16-year-old referee?
Absolutely.
So I've coached teams for a very long time. Lots of baseball, softball, lots of coaching. Well, I was coaching baseball, and there was an infield fly that occurred, and the umpire did not call the infield fly, and I'm like, this is clearly an infield fly, right? Like this is an easy call, automatic out. What is going?
Runners on base?
Yeah, runners on base,
okay.
And so I go out there, I call timeout, I go talk to him. I'm like, how can you not call that? And he said, that doesn't meet the definition of an infield fly. There's a runner on first base. And I said, this is absolutely exactly what the infield fly is. And he said, listen, let's talk about it afterwards. This 16-year-old is talking to me, the adult. He said, let's talk about it afterwards. This is the call. I'm not going to go back on it. So the game ends, and I go up to him. I said, I'm sorry. I just think you had this completely and totally wrong. He pulls up the rule, and he shows me, and I was absolutely wrong. Infield fly does not count when there's a runner on first base. There's got to be a runner on first and second base, or first, second, and third. I was completely wrong on this. I was so confident that I was right, and this 16-year-old stood his ground, and I was so proud of him, and I was so embarrassed, but I took it in the chops. I took my loss. He was absolutely right, but what a fantastic lesson for myself. I was so arrogant. I was so convinced I was right, and I was so wrong.
Did you feel like you were confrontational toward him?
Okay, yeah. I mean, chippy. I guess that's the nicest way to say it. I was a little bit short and curt, and I just thought he was very wrong. I let him know I thought he was wrong. I thought he was misinterpreting that. And then the fact that I was absolutely wrong was so humbling, and I apologized to him. I'm like, I'm so embarrassed. Great job. Congratulations.
Yeah.
You get the win.
Well, I think that speaks to tunnel vision.
Totally.
When you think you're right, when the stakes are high,
Stakes are high, 14-year-old baseball.
Yes. You feel like the stakes are high. Kids have been practicing all season. It comes down to one call. You think it's a bad call. And even when he said to you, you're wrong, or that doesn't meet the definition of infield fly, I bet you didn't buy it. I bet you thought at the end of the game you're still going to be right. I'm glad you didn't escalate that anymore, because a lot of people do.
Yeah.
They escalate it because they are so convinced they're right. But even if it is a wrong call, who cares?
Yes. That's probably the better take.
Who cares? This is a lesson, because when I did you ump? I don't want to just talk about me umping.
No.
So I umped. My son umped. Even if you do make a wrong call as a little league ump, even if you're doing like slow pitch adult softball kind of thing, you're not doing it on purpose.
Yeah.
You're just doing the best you can. I was the only ump out there. It's not like we fully staffed the field with 3 umps in the field and me behind the plate. I got called out on balls and strike calls. I got called out on infield fly rules. I got called out. You just name it. I got called out on it. And I think people get to the point where it's like, it's not worth the $50 or the $75. And as a parent whose kid wanted to ump, I told him, I'm like, look, these parents go wild. I do not want you to get caught up on anything that's going to get you hurt. It's just not worth it. But you also have to stand your ground, because you just get pushed around. That's what my experience was. And I sent parents to the car. What I should have done back then, and I wish I had more guts. I wish I had the guts that I have now back then. I would have just sent everybody home.
Call the game.
Game's forfeited. Yeah. Whoever yelled the loudest, whatever side yelled the loudest, you're going to be the ones that forfeited the game. This team over here that you're going to beat anyway is going to be the winner. And I wish more leagues would do that. Zero tolerance. The minute you get out of hand, you're done. I think it would send a message to the parents, and I think the kids would keep their parents in line. Like, don't say a word when you're on the sidelines. If you have to, sit in the car from a mile away with binoculars on. I do not want you to embarrass me again.
But we've modeled bad behavior for generations. How many times have we seen? On the Mount Rushmore of Utah coaches is Jerry Sloan. Jerry Sloan led the league in technicals every single year because he would just blow up on referees and yell and scream and get thrown out. He even pushed a referee one time as the head coach of the Jazz. So we have seen this as how coaches react, and we kind of think, oh, well, this is just how it's done. We've seen coaches melt down on the sidelines. So when we bring it down to our level, when we're the coaches, we've seen the bad behavior, and we think that bad behavior is normal.
A Utah lawmaker pushing a bill that has gotten a lot of support. It's gaining momentum on Capitol Hill that would increase penalties for fans or parents, whoever it is, on the sidelines who goes after a referee or umpire at a game.
We're losing referees, and when we lose referees, our kids are the ones that suffer. And so, let's protect our referees the best we can.
Yeah, we're losing referees. You've talked about that before, Dave. It's becoming a really unpopular side hustle for a lot of people.
Yeah, who's going to do it? Or it's going to become so expensive to hire a referee where you've just got to increase their wages enough that people are willing to be verbally abused or maybe physically assaulted. And when you have to pay the referees a lot more money, then all the fees, the cost of sports skyrockets as well. So what is already very expensive becomes even more expensive when you have to pay a premium for referees.
What's kind of wild to me, even though, is that you get so caught up in the moment that you're willing to risk maybe jail time,
Totally.
maybe a big old fine. Maybe it's not jail, maybe it's just probation. Then you have a rap sheet. I mean, really?
Well, and even people that blow up, in hindsight or looking back on it, they regret it. They feel terrible about it, right? Who of us haven't been chirping at a referee and thought, all right, I was probably a little much.
I've done a little of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I moved my chair way down the third baseline. Because when your kid's the pitcher, you want to sit there and correct the balls and strikes, right? You want to correct
Every
all
time.
those bad calls. Yeah.
It's a foot outside, and you're like, that's a strike.
You need to take a hike down the sideline and camp out in the outfield. Straight ahead, can you pass the test? Utah lawmakers want to require high school students to pass a United States constitutional and citizenship class to graduate. Okay, but wait a minute. Let's just boil it down. We're going to give you all a pop quiz. So be ready to call in for our special half hour of a civics test next.
The newest part of your morning, and still so familiar.
When you wake up and listen to a radio show, it's like you're a part of a family. You're listening in on people you know, and it's magnificent that Andy Farnsworth is sitting in the chair because he's someone we know.
Utah's Morning News. Andy Farnsworth joins Amanda Dixon to bring you important news in the car. 5 to 9 on KSL News Radio.
Boy, right after the holidays, everyone needs a little cash, right?
Oh, yes.
We have great news for you. Right now, UCCU, Utah Community Credit Union, will pay you for your auto loan and credit balances. So all you have to do is just transfer your auto loan or your credit card balance to UCCU. And on top of giving you a low interest rate, which will save you money, UCCU will give you 1% cash back up to $250 on every loan you transfer.
Amanda, as soon as I heard about this, I said, I'm in this exact situation. I transferred. I actually had to have 2 loans to get my car a year ago.
Yeah.
Long story. Got it consolidated into one, and they paid me 1% back for each thing. I've got 1 payment now instead of 2. It's so much easier, and it took me maybe basically an hour. I just went straight to the website. I applied. They said, you got to send me these documents. I did, and all of a sudden, within a couple of days, I had it all set.
This is how easy they are to work with, always looking for ways to help you and your family. You can find out more on the UCCU mobile banking app or just go to uccu.com/transfer. Utah Community Credit Union. You're going to love where you bank.
Are you looking for a career? Because we've got some opportunities for you with Focus Engineering and Surveying. Joining us right now is the founder and general manager, Ron Paul, and Bryce Benson joins us as well, the marketing manager. And Ron, you are a growth company.
We are, definitely. We have a lot of long-term goals. We call them BHAGs, which stands for Big, Hairy, Audacious Goals. And we have some of these BHAGs are expanding into other states, other markets, expanding our services to beyond what we just do, because the civil engineering market has a lot of diversity within it of different disciplines. And so we're looking to expand into other disciplines as well. So.
And with that comes the need to hire new employees. Talk about kind of the different job openings that you're trying to fill right now.
You bet. We are looking for field crews and to assist in surveying, and that is surveying work to do boundary topography, working with equipment to be able to do that, GPS type of equipment, drones. We use a lot of drones to do topography and that type of surveying, aerial photography. We are also looking for CAD designers, and these would be people that would use a lot of that surveying information that we get out in the field and producing designs, drawings of subdivisions, commercial, residential structures, things like that.
How wide of a net are you casting right now? Should people be applying from Ogden to Provo, or should it be largely in the Salt Lake area?
You know, that's a great question, and I guess it would come down to what is your comfort level in drive? How much do you like to listen to KSL on the radio during the drive, right? And so If it's whatever you're comfortable with, we have an office in Midvale right now, and so we accept anybody from anywhere along the Wasatch Front and whatever would make sense.
Bryce,
So,
can you give us an idea of where people can go to find out more about these job openings?
Absolutely. Go to our website. It's focusutah.com. So pretty straightforward. And you'll be able to see all of the job sites that are available.
I hit the career tab on your site, and a lot of openings came up.
Yes. Yeah, currently a lot of openings. And not just for engineering jobs, but administration jobs, support jobs, all kinds of opportunities at Focus right now.
So if you're interested in engineering and surveying, and this is for all levels, make sure you reach out, focusutah.com.
At JCW's, we think tipping might be getting a little out of hand. Like when you're asked to tip at the register before you've even been served, or when you're at the yogurt shop and find yourself serving yourself. And don't even get us started on frosted tips making a comeback. That's why at JCW's, when you pay for a 3rd-pound ranch bacon cheeseburger, that's what you pay. And no one at the register is going to stare longingly at you while you awkwardly maneuver through the tip screen for food you don't even have yet. Honestly, we're just happy to see you at any of our 5 locations in Provo, South Jordan, Lehigh, Harriman, and American Fork. So come on in and enjoy some quality time and great food with family and friends. And we promise, we won't be pushing you for a tip.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's, and we just want to say thank you, and especially to our loyal customers. We want you to know that at JCW's, your business is all the tip we need. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
10:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Becky Bruce. KSL's top local story this hour. Remote Hill Air Force Base workers are headed back for in-person work today. KSL News Radio's Adam Small has more from the south gate of the base.
The move is in compliance with an executive order from President Trump. Hill's requiring all employees living within 50 miles of the base to come back in today. Employees living farther than 50 miles from the base, depending on their position, will have to return sometime in the next few weeks, or in some cases, no later than 4 months from now.
UDOT reminding people to take extra time on the drive home tonight to get through any potential congestion near the base, especially near the 3 gates. Our top national story from ABC News. A shouting match erupted today at the House Oversight Committee over calls to subpoena Elon Musk.
Democrats in the House Oversight Committee knew that effort to subpoena Elon Musk was not going to go anywhere because Democrats don't control that committee. They don't control the House. They don't control the Senate. And one of the things I've heard from Democratic lawmakers is this sense that they have limited cards to play to push back on this effort of Elon Musk's to revamp the federal government as we know it. But again, they have limited things they can do to truly push back on Elon Musk here.
That's ABC's Jay O'Brien reporting. Your money at this moment, the Dow way down about 147 points at this moment. S&P 500 and NASDAQ are both up about 0.1%. Coming up, cloudy and windy ahead of the next weekend storm. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time, 10:32.
The sources where we get our news matters.
When you listen to Utah's Morning News, we want you to feel the stories are important to you and trustworthy. This is Amanda Dixon.
And I'm Andy Farnsworth. Join us weekday mornings on KSL News Radio.
One of the things I love about Salt Lake City Fat Loss is how motivating it was. When I joined the Salt Lake City Fat Loss program a year ago, I was a little bit nervous, obviously, to start a program. I was hoping to get healthy, lose some weight, but I thought I was just going to be Starve Fest 2024, right? I thought it was just going to be miserable, so I was a little bit nervous. And when I met with Salt Lake City Fat Loss, they said, listen, you're going to learn a lot about your eating habits, but I can promise you this, you're not going to be starving. You're going to learn how to eat healthy, you're going to learn how to keep it off, and you're going to see some incredible results. And sure enough, that's exactly what I saw with Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I lost 57 pounds in 60 days, and it was incredible. It was so motivating to get on that scale every morning and to see losing up to a pound of fat per day. So if you're interested, you can get $200 off the program right now. That's their February special, $200 off the program. Just reach out to slcfatloss.com.
Getting help with plumbing repairs is easier than you think. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. Here's Heather Kelly.
We still have huge delays right now on the collector ramp of northbound I-15 down from Sandy up into the Midvale area. It's due to a disabled semi that is blocking 2 right lanes of traffic. Now that semi truck is just got loaded up onto a tow truck and it's driving away right now, and you've got police and emergency crews picking up the cones. So all the lanes are just about to be opened on northbound I-15 on the collector ramp just before you get to 7200 South. But unfortunately, that traffic is still at a crawl and backed up all the way to where you get on from I-15 down in the Sandy area. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Clouds are the story of the day today with a high of 52, but the wind will pick up in the overnight hours ahead of a storm that will arrive Friday afternoon. We're looking at valley rain and mountain snow. Right now, cloudy and 34 degrees in Salt Lake City. I'm Becky Bruce from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
Eye on the Hill 2025. Special coverage with Dave and Dujanovic.
Well, this is a story we couldn't resist talking about. And I'm wondering if our listeners could actually pass a basic civics test. So we're going to be taking your live calls. We're not going to give you the questions right now when you call in. Give you the pop quiz and see if you can get the answer straight. But we're talking about this today because we saw an article in the Desert News about a Utah lawmaker. Of course, they're in the midst of the 2025 general session up there on Capitol Hill. Dave, he feels that Utah high school students should pass a U.S. constitutional and citizenship class to graduate. So in honor of this legislation, we're going to give ourselves a little civics test.
This is so much fun. I love taking these tests, because it's potentially embarrassing, but it's also very important. And I don't think right now in our high schools, in our junior highs, our elementary schools, we do a good enough job breaking down civics and government and why it is important. Because we allow our kids, as seniors in high school, to potentially vote in presidential elections. That just barely happened in 2024. What is their understanding of what government can and can't do?
Kaylin, can we get some clarification on this bill? Maybe we can bring Andy Cupp in from Inside Sources. I want to make sure we're understanding it. Does he want to add a civics test, or does he not want to add a civics test to it? And I know Inside Sources has been following this legislation, so I'm just reading kind of 2 different versions of it. So let's get that set straight. But in the meantime, we do have actually an audio clip from when Inside Sources spoke with the sponsor, Representative Douglas Welton. He's a high school teacher, and he told Inside Sources that students, they're struggling, Dave, to understand basics of government, and that's having a ripple effect.
But I've just seen this trend where we really are struggling to understand the basics of the Constitution, the basics of our foundations. And I think that trickles over into the way we engage in the public. I think it trickles over into conversations we have when we disagree and how we go about those.
I know with my own family, I remember asking a few questions to my kids. They were teenagers. They were in high school. And I was a little bit embarrassed that they didn't know the answers.
Really?
And I thought, holy cow, this is obviously something, because of the job that I do, this is something we study often, that we do a lot of research on. So I feel pretty confident with my knowledge in this. So I just kind of assumed my kids through osmosis would know all of these things. And they did not. So
really?
They did not. And I won't embarrass them, but listen, I don't think they were unique. I don't think they were especially dumb. I think they were just regular dumb when it came to some of these things. So what we started doing is on our long road trips, I would be like, all right, we're going to spend the next half hour, we're going to talk about politics. And then I started bringing up and quizzing them and asking them. And we had some fascinating, and I still do it. We have fascinating discussions because I'll bring up something in the news and then I will quiz them and ask them. And it has led to some very interesting conversations. But I am also surprised, like, you guys learned this. You learned it in school at some point, and either you learned it just long enough to pass the test or to pass the quiz, but you didn't learn and really pour it into your soul where you understand it.
So they learned it, but they didn't retain the information.
Yeah.
I'm curious. Let's go back to those road trip. They get in the car and they're like, "Oh, Dad, ugh. Can we just stay home?" Or do you make it fun for them?
I make it fun because I think it is fun. I genuinely bring this up because I think it's fascinating. And because I can bring up recent events and what's going on in the news. A lot of our kids are aware of some of the big stories, but they don't understand the meaning behind it or the debate, and that there are two sides to each one of these arguments. So I like to have this discussion, and I will promise you, you will be shocked at how engaged and how interested your kids are in this subject. We just have to deliver it in a better way.
So in a minute, let's go over this. We printed out a 50-question civics test. We're not going to give you all of the questions, but we're gonna quiz our listeners. 801-575-TALK. Let's have a little fun with this. Call in. We're going to give you a multiple choice question, okay? And we're going to actually you pick A, B, or C. Come on, we're not going to make that hard on you. We don't want anybody to fail. This is a no-fail type zone right now. But I'm curious, like, how many people would know in the moment, things that we should know. Desert News reports that only about a third of Americans can pass the U.S. naturalization test. So your kids...
Say that one more time, Debbie.
Only about a third of Americans can pass the U.S. naturalization test. So your kids are not alone when they don't retain this information.
Parents, you're not going to pass that test either. 2/3 are going to fail that test.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm just looking at this article here and trying to figure out. Andy Cupp, our producer for Inside Sources, is poring over the legislation right now, so he's going to come in and help clarify. Does the lawmaker want to give this test? Not want to give this test? But anyway, we're going to give the test on the show. 801-575-TALK. 801-575-TALK. Give us a jingle. We'll put your civics skills to the test. So. This one's too easy, Dave. I'm going to skip that one. I'm not going to give you an easy one. Let me start here. Okay. Here's the question. What is one reason colonists came to America? A, for the experience of traveling across the ocean. B,
nope.
Freedom. C, to join a civic group. D, none of the above.
Freedom. Yeah, freedom.
Who is the father of our country?
George Washington. I don't even need multiple choice on that.
You don't think it's Thomas Jefferson?
No.
Abraham Lincoln?
Father of our country. George.
Patrick Henry?
George and his wooden teeth.
We elect a U.S. Senator for how many years?
6 years.
10, 4, 2, or 6?
I dominate this one.
Hi, Andy. Andy Cupp, our producer of Inside Sources, running through the newsroom.
Good morning.
So I'm starting to read this out loud a few minutes ago, and I had to catch myself because I'm like, I don't know. Does he want to bring on a civics test or do away with the civics test with this legislation? What do you know?
I'll make one quick clarification.
Please do.
Or quick little asterisk here. I was not educated in Utah with the education system, so I'm not entirely positive, but from his legislation, it sounds like there is a test already that they are required to take a civics test.
Okay.
What this bill would do is get rid of the requirement to take the test, but require instead a year-long course on the topic. So I think what he's looking for is, anyone can A, B, C on a test, but this is, let's have a discussion actually and learn the ins and outs so that we actually know what we're talking about long term.
Okay. So this would give credit then for a class.
Correct.
And but right now it looks like from what you're reading, the test happens now, but then you could take the class instead.
That's what it sounds like, yes.
Okay. Thank you for doing that because I was sitting here reading this out loud. I'm like, I don't know. I got to figure out what this actually does for kids.
Yeah, my kids have taken that test when they graduate. So this does get rid of the test, but it replaces it with a class, hopefully making a more robust or having a more robust conversation. And I like that it's whether it's a year or it's a semester, I would like to see multiple years of this throughout their life, because when we have history being taught in elementary school and Utah studies, a lot of times we look at the history, but we don't understand fully how this applies to us today. And a lot of the things that were set up in the past years, it still applies right now.
Okay, so here are some of the questions that we have on tap for our listeners. You got to call in. We're going to give you a pop quiz. What is the rule of law in America? What does the Constitution do? Who lived in America before the Europeans arrived? Who does a U.S. Senator represent? And we go on and on. We got 50 questions here, folks. 801-575-TALK, 801-575-TALK. Can you pass or do you fail? Your live calls. Ian, Alex, hold the line. We need more calls, too. We need more. You've got this set up as a game show. Right, Dave?
I love game shows. I love questions. So you guys, you are so brave if you call in. So much respect, but let's try it. Let's put yourself out there. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to be wrong. We're not going to judge you. We're not going to make fun of you, but we're definitely playing the game show. Make sure you come back. 801-575-TALK.
All the other programs out there push the drugs, and I wanted to do it not using drugs.
Worried about all the side effects from the new weight loss drugs? Let Soda Weight Loss help you let go of the weight for good, without drugs, injections, or side effects.
It was just time. We saw ourselves in a picture and said, let's do it. And he called, and it's just been a wonderful journey. Soda has all the parts that made it successful for us to lose weight. The counseling without drugs, it's the best program in my book.
Soda Weight Loss is the #1 weight loss program in America for client satisfaction and results. And we have the proof at sodaweightloss.com. Right now, when you join with a partner, you only pay for one. Let Soda Weight Loss help you drop that belly fat faster than you ever dreamed, naturally. Go to sodaweightloss.com right now. Achieve your weight loss goals with your partner and only pay for one. New clients only. Join now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. Soda is state of the art.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Washington County Legacy Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Washington County Legacy Park. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Mountain America Expo Center, Washington County Legacy Park. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Dave, and Dujanovic.
Well, it's time to put your civic skills to the test. Dave has set up a game show for us. We're going to actually quiz you just for fun. There's no prizes, but we got a lot of contestants lining up. Ian, Alex, Jeff, Ike, Sherry, everybody hold the line. Dave is going to put your civic skills to the test in just a moment. Keep calling, 801-575-TALK.
Can I say just right out of the gate, I'm so proud of you guys for calling. This is so vulnerable, right? You don't know what question we're going to ask, and it can be embarrassing, right? But I love that you're putting yourself out there for this game. Do you know more than a high school teenager? That is the big question we have. So we're taking your phone calls right now. Ian, again, you can call in. Let's see if we can squeeze as many people as possible. We got 5 people lined up.
Okay.
I think that's all the lines.
We're going to start, Dave, with Ian from Salt Lake City.
Ian, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
And Dave's going to ask you the pop quiz question. It's going to be multiple choice, Ian.
I'm going to give you a chance to answer it without the multiple choice. So if you want the little extra help, I'll give you the help. But number 1, what do we call the first 10 amendments to the Constitution?
Bill of Rights.
The Bill of Rights is correct. Ian, you advance to the next round. So go ahead and stick around. Let's not hang up on Ian. Maybe we come back to Ian. All right, let's go off to Alex in Sandy. Alex, who is the commander-in-chief of the military? Is it the Attorney General, the Secretary of Defense, the Vice President, or the President?
I love this. This is so much fun. It's been 35 years since I studied it, but it's the President. Yes.
Yes, you are correct. Well done.
That's awesome.
The Commander-in-Chief.
Dave, as a host of this game show, I don't think it's fair that you didn't give Ian multiple choice options, but you did give, is it Alex multiple choice options? So you got to keep it fair, my friend. 801-575-TALK, 801-575-TALK. Hey, the reason we're talking about this is because, there's a civics test right now that your high schoolers probably can pass, but we're wondering if you can't. And this is because of some legislation that Utah lawmakers are considering about adding a civics course to the high school curriculum so our students have more of a chance to spend time in the classroom learning about civics, not just taking a test to see if they've memorized the information about civics. But we thought it'd be fun for Dave to host a game show here. He pulled some annoying music, which he kept playing for about 2 minutes. So you want to fire that up again, Dave?
We've got more.
Jeff from Riverton, meet your host, Dave Noriega.
Hello.
Jeff, best of luck to you. Here's the question. Since Debbie said I can no longer give you the multiple choice options unless you ask for them, here it is. What stops one branch of government from becoming too powerful? What stops one branch of government from becoming too powerful?
That would be the checks and balance system.
Jeff from Riverton, you are absolutely correct. Well done. You know what? You do know more than a high school senior. Well done.
Our next contestant is Ike from Salt Lake City. Hi, Ike. Meet your host,
Hey, how you doing?
Dave Noriega.
Hey, Dave.
Any nerves?
Hello?
Are you nervous at all?
A little bit, yeah.
A little nervous. Okay, this is a 3-part question.
Okay.
Okay, I need, how many years have each of these elected officials been elected for? How many years will they be elected for? So how many years is a president elected for?
4 years.
What about a senator?
6 years.
Representative?
2 years.
What about a state representative?
Would that be House or Senate?
The House.
2 years.
Oh, you weren't so sure on that last one, Ike. But you are correct.
Sure which house you're talking. Oh, right on.
There we go.
Nice. Good job, Ike.
I threw a little doubt in there. I pulled some Regis
I was
Philbin at it.
nervous for you, Ike. Good job.
There was some doubt, yeah.
All right. Sherry from Taylorsville, you're up next. Let's see how much you know about civics. Actually, as Dave would say, do you know more than a high school student?
Do you know more than the high school student? Here's the question for Sherry in Taylorsville. Sherry, what happened at the Constitutional Convention?
What happens at the Constitutional Convention?
Yes.
What did happen all those years ago?
Yep.
That's a really good question.
This is question number 25 of 50, so I randomly chose it.
May I have the multiple choice, please?
You may have the multiple choice. A, the Declaration of Independence was written. The Emancipation Proclamation was written. The Constitution was written. Or the Virginia Declaration of Rights was written.
The Constitution was written.
There we go. You got it.
We have a lot of winners on this, Dave. But no more contestants lined up.
No. Are
all
they
the
still on
lines
the
filled
line?
up?
Do we go
we're
round
going
two?
We're going back
Okay.
to Ian, round 2.
First of all, the fact that you guys are still around, you're still playing the game, you haven't gotten so nervous that you've ejected. I'm so proud of you. Well done. All right, let's go back to Do You Know More Than a High Schooler? All right.
There's that music again.
Ian, do we have Ian? Is Ian next? Okay, Ian.
Yeah, I'm
Hi,
here.
Ian.
Here we go. Why does the flag have 13 stripes?
For the original colonies.
You are correct,
Is that
because
it?
the stripes represent the original colonies.
Wow. All right, Alex, you're up next. Line 2. Alex from Sandy is back with us. Dave's got another
Yes, I'm
civics.
still here.
All right, civics question for you, Alex.
What are the two parts of the U.S. Congress?
The House of Representatives and the Senate.
Which is the upper house?
The Senate is the upper.
You guys are unbelievable.
I love it,
you
Alex.
are so much smarter than your high schoolers.
All right.
When you go to see your kids today or your grandkids, go ahead and just tell them Dave Noriega said you're way smarter than them. So congratulations.
Hi, Jeff. Let's get you back on the line. Jeff from Riverton. Here's your second civics question.
Okay, are you ready for this? What are
I'm
two
ready.
rights in the Declaration of Independence? What are two rights in the Declaration of Independence?
They are the inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Not only did you choose two of them, you added a third one for bonus points. So well done. I'm going to give you an extra 0.25 on that, an extra 0.25 in a scoring system that nobody knows about.
Ike, we've got about 20 seconds for your question because we want to squeeze Sherry back in.
What is one right or freedom granted by the First Amendment?
Freedom of speech.
Oh,
Good.
man.
Awesome.
Sometimes randomly choosing, you get easy ones.
Hi,
and that was an
Sherry.
easy one. All right,
Round
Sherry.
2 for you, Sherry.
Okay, what group of people were taken to America and sold as slaves? If you missed this one, Sherry, you're going to be booted off forever, and we're going to caller ID block you. But what group of people was taken to America to be sold as slaves?
Well, I would say right offhand Africans, but I think there were probably even more than that. So.
Okay, well, you know what? We're going to give you that one since, I'm not going to say that was a layup. That was super easy, but thank you. Hey, folks, well done. You passed all that test 100%. We only needed to go to the multiple choice a couple of times. Much respect. Well done. And you are the winner, all of you. Who got the extra 0.25? Was that Jeff in Riverton, or was that Ike? Jeff or Ike, I can't remember. You got an extra 0.25 because you added a third a little flavor to that. So nice job, guys.
At Intermountain Children's Health, we've created a bold plan called Primary Promise to build the nation's model health system for children. Help us achieve this once-in-a-generation vision so together we can bring the world-class care of Primary Children's Hospital closer to home for every child in our communities. For more than a century, Primary Children's has kept the child first and always. Join us for the next 100 years. To learn more, visit primarypromise.org.
We're so excited to have Focus Engineering and Surveying in studio with us today. We've been talking to Ron Paul, who's the founder and general manager, and Bryce Benson, who's the marketing manager as well. And what is so exciting about this, Ron, is that you're here to talk about job openings. You want to bring more people into the Focus Engineering family.
Yeah, we want to provide opportunity to people who fit within the culture of Focus and that are looking to build something of themselves, their careers. Yeah.
Do you have something, and can you maybe walk me through? I've got some kids in my 20s, so this is super selfishly asking for my kids. Can you give me an idea of what a career would look like with Focus Engineering and Surveying for a 20-year-old? How would they start off, and what could they grow into?
So what they would grow into, there would be opportunities to learn software, learn the technological components of what we do, and also a lot of interaction. A lot of what we do at Focus, it's about building relationships, not just with each other, but with our clientele. And there is a lot of opportunity to build those types of relationships and as we engage in projects with our clients.
Bryce, explain the culture at Focus.
Yeah, the culture is really what sets Focus apart from what we believe sets Focus apart from other engineering firms. Engineers are often viewed as head down, very technical, focused exclusively on maybe a project, a design. We believe that to be a successful engineer, you really need to expand beyond that. You need to tap into your soft skills. You need to learn how to interact with people. Communication is a high priority. And ultimately, it comes down to continued growth and development.
You've got more than 100 people working at Focus Engineering and Surveying, and you're looking to add more. What's the best way to get a hold of you guys?
Best way would be our website, focusutah.com. Also, phone number, you can call us at 801-352-0950. 888-222-0075.
And I went to the website, quite a few job openings.
Yes,
that's
true.
wonderful.
Super exciting. Make sure, folks, if you're interested in getting into engineering and surveying, obviously you'd be looking for seasoned engineers as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Well, we're interviewing for many positions, so make sure you learn more at focusutah.com.
In 2024, dating is a disaster. We've been ghosted, breadcrumbed, stuck in situationships. Hi, I'm Debbie. I'm Caitlin. Welcome to our new podcast, Dating at Her Age. Dating has been so dicey for us, so we asked KSL, can we launch an all-new podcast about it?
People use these dating apps. You're not really dating when you're on the dating app.
Dating at Her Age, brought to you by Mountain Home Services. A new episode drops every Thursday on KSLNewsRadio.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
11 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Becky Bruce. KSL's top story this hour. IRS workers in Ogden received an updated email from the federal government about today's deadline to take a deferred resignation in September. The Office of Personnel Management says it could delay or deny an employee's resignation depending on, quote, mission requirements. It also lays out options for workers who are eligible to take early retirement instead. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. After falling last week, jobless claims are way up this week.
The consensus was for 213,000 initial applications for unemployment benefits in the final week of January, compared to 207,000 the previous week. The analysts aimed low as first-time claims came in at 219,000. All told, 1.88 million Americans are receiving unemployment benefits.
That's ABC's Jim Ryan with the numbers. Other national stories, one of the last remaining big industrial conglomerates in the country is breaking up. Honeywell makes personal protective products like goggles and masks, but they also have an IT and industrial automation division, as well as an aerospace and aviation tech division. The company is planning to spin off those divisions into independent companies. Your money at this moment, the Dow down about 104 points. The S&P 500 and NASDAQ are up about 0.3%. Coming up, cloudy today, windy tomorrow ahead of the storm. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time, 11:01.
Mornings are for recharging.
And they're for starting your day right.
We volunteer to join you in the car. Get news and weather at 102.7 FM during the most important part of your day.
Andy and Amanda, each morning between 5 and 9 on KSL News Radio.
Hi, this is Doug Wright, and over the years, you've heard me praise the Connecticut soft water systems. You've heard that so often, you might be tempted to chuck a shoe at your radio. Well, hang on, because I've got some great news. Get this, Connecticut will pay you $50. I'm not kidding on this. They'll pay you $50 to buy a competing water softener from another dealer. Ready for the rules, though? Well, they're pretty simple. Invite Connecticut of Utah to your home for a free estimate on a Connecticut water softener. If within 60 days of hearing them out, you buy any other system from any other water softener dealer, Connecticut of Utah will fork over $50. That's how sure they are that after hearing them out, you won't settle for anything less than a Connecticut water softener. Now, this offer does expire in 30 days, so don't delay. Call Northern Utah's authorized Connecticut dealer, Connecticut Quality Water Systems of Salt Lake, 801-576-8600, or log on to softwaterutah.com. That's softwaterutah.com. Tell them Doug sent you.
Something amazing is happening.
Technology is working harder, faster, and more reliably. It's delivering results that work. But who makes technology work? CDW. We're a full-service technology solutions provider, advising our clients and designing customized solutions so they can reach their goals and do amazing things. CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
This is Derek Overstreet of the New Millennium Group and host of Stop Working and Start Living Radio. If you're close to or in retirement and you don't have a tax plan, call us right now, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. Listen, our country's been spending like never before, and the tax bill is coming soon. If you need an income tax strategy and a financial plan that will get you through the rest of your life, give my team a call, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. If you want an investment plan that allows you to keep more of your gains and pay less taxes, give us a call, 888-999-6370. My team specializes in the type of plan that will get you retired 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible. So, get a no-cost tax analysis by calling 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. My team is standing by now.
Getting help with electrical repairs is easier than you think. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. Here again is Heather Kelly.
With the first time all morning long, I-15 is delay-free in all the counties, Utah, Salt Lake, Davis, and Weber, and in both directions, especially trying to get into downtown Salt Lake. You do have some congestion on Bangerter Highway northbound, trying to get toward the 201 freeway. That's very typical. And you might run into a few brake lights on SR 36 in Tooele County, most of that heading southbound through the road construction zone where you have lane restrictions. Take UTA instead of driving and actually enjoy your ride. Try UTA to see the difference. Plan your trip at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Cloudy this afternoon with a high of 52, but the wind is going to pick up in those overnight hours ahead of a storm that will arrive tomorrow afternoon. Will be windy all day tomorrow, then valley rain and mountain snow just in time for that drive home at the end of your day. Right now, you've got mostly cloudy skies and 37 degrees. I'm Becky Bruce from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
We've been talking in depth this morning about a piece of legislation on Capitol Hill that would make it so people who qualify for SNAP benefits, I think commonly referred to as food stamps, would not be allowed to buy things like candy bars and soda with their SNAP benefits. It wouldn't prohibit them from buying it as long as they use their own money. But when it comes to these benefits, one Utah lawmaker says, she wants to put a stop to these types of purchases. And we had her on the show a little earlier.
And I think ultimately what we're asking and trying to figure out is, should we be restricting these specific things, candy and soda, and forcing people to eat the healthier options? And I think that brings up a fascinating conversation. If we're going to provide these benefits and give people money, are we going to have some strings attached to it?
We'll get more detail with the actual legislation. I have it pulled up on my monitor, and we're going to read through it. It's pretty simple. We'll also get with Utah Policy's Holly Richardson, who keeps an eye on the Hill for us as well. But I want to first get into the conversation that we had earlier with Representative Kristen Chevry. She called the show because we wanted to know more about her legislation. her proposal.
So the reasoning behind it is that the purpose of the SNAP program, as your previous guest said, is to feed and create health. It's not to have the extraneous and unhealthy sugars and candies. We have an obesity crisis in our country right now. I think it's 1 in 5 children in the U.S. is obese. We also know that 72% of the SNAP recipients are on Medicaid. So we're paying for junk food, and then we're paying for health care because of the junk food. So I think the purpose of the bill is to try to make people more healthy, make them use the taxpayer dollars to build health instead of to build chronic illness.
And one thing she mentioned, and I don't have any way of fact checking this, so I'll just take her at her word. She said the number one purchase with SNAP benefits is soda. And that definitely surprised me, because when I think about food stamps and providing for folks that are in need, the top need is not soda in my mind.
Oh, you don't think so?
No.
There's a lot of soda that
it's a lot
of soda that Utahns do drink.
But I drink a lot of soda. I'm not judging.
I suppose you could buy it without, if you did get an EBT card, you could buy it with cash. Like, you couldn't buy it on your EBT card, but you could buy it with cash. But I was curious when we talked to her. It doesn't include things like, we know a lot of cereals contain sugar. You talk about ice cream contains sugar. It doesn't include, like Pop-Tarts, for example, contain sugar. So she indicated, this is a place to start. Holly Richardson with Utah Policy, she's the editor of Utah Policy. You can follow her and all of her reporting at utahpolicy.com. We love that you're joining us, especially on this hot topic of prohibiting candy and soda from being purchased with EBT cards. Holly, what's the word on the Hill on this? Do lawmakers like it or not?
That's an interesting question. I haven't heard a lot of rumblings, but to me, it really makes me think of RFK Jr., right, and the stuff that he's trying to do if he gets confirmed at the federal level. So she's got this bill and another bill for school lunches, and it's interesting because on the one hand, Republicans, especially conservative Republicans, say they're all about limited government, but we want to mandate what kind of food we can eat or what kind of food we can purchase. And I also get the argument that this is an effort to help people be healthier, but do you do it by saying you can't have these treats? Like, I don't know.
Well,
I
think to qualify this just a little bit, you couldn't buy the treats with just the SNAP benefits, but you could still buy the treats. You just have to pay cash for them.
You can still buy the treats. Yeah, that's right. And, I have volunteered in food pantries before, and one of the things that they do like to have there are things like cake mixes and, frosting packages so that people can feel like they can make a birthday cake and they don't have to go out and spend cash on that may be very limited. But I suspect this bill will at least pass committee and maybe pass the House, and then we'll see. But it's an interesting conversation between limited government and a desire to have people be healthier.
And it appears to me, Holly, that it's not totally without precedent. If you look at the WIC program, the Women, Infants, Children program, there are very specific things you can purchase on WIC, whether it's cereal, juice cannot have any added sugar, yogurt, fruits and vegetables. So we have already done this before on some level. We just have, it seems, looser regulations when it comes to SNAP benefits.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Yep.
Holly, I'm looking at the legislation right now, and our listeners can go look at it as well. This one we're talking about specifically regarding SNAP is House Bill 403 on the Utah's legislative website. And I'm looking at the definition of candy, and the legislation reads, it means the preparation of sugar, honey, and other natural or artificial sweeteners in combination with chocolate, fruits, nuts, and other ingredients or flavorings in the form of bars, drops, or pieces, and does not require refrigeration. is there any indication at all as to how she said, I guess they would, kind of keep track of this through SNAP benefits and through that process. But is there any indication at all as how they would monitor this at the grocery stores or at convenience stores when people are trying to use their EBT cards? Do you have any insight on that?
Well, my understanding is that it would be flagged as something that can't be charged to that card.
Okay.
So they would, set it aside and just say, you can't pay for it with this card. So I think that's the way they would do it. It's interesting trying to define candy, right?
It is.
So that's a long explanation of what candy is. And then people say, well, does it mean this? Like, I don't know. But what if you have sugar-free candy? Oh, it says artificial sweeteners.
It
so I
does
guess
say
that counts.
artificial. I asked that question too because I've purchased sugar-free candies before, and it does say artificial sweetener. So it almost feels like, well, if it's kind of if it looks like a candy bar and acts like a candy bar, or a drop, or a piece of candy, then it would be. It would fall
candy.
under this, and also soft drinks as well. And she defines.
Yeah, they all, they all have barcodes and stuff. So I think they would just be entered into the system that it's not eligible to be paid for with an EBT card.
Holly Richardson, thank you so much for joining us. Editor for Utah Policy, has been following closely what's been going on in the Hill, and we appreciate you taking the time, Holly. Thanks.
We also heard from Utahns Against Hunger and the executive director there, Gina Cornea, and she said, she really felt like this is something that kind of picks on people for being poor.
And then sugar-sweetened beverages, same thing. If it has milk in it, it doesn't count. So people could buy chocolate milk. Is chocolate milk any better for you than sugar-sweetened soda? I don't know. So it really is about punishing people for being poor, and it also opens the door to restrict other kinds of foods. I mean, other states, they've attempted this and banned things like canned spaghetti sauce and things like that, things that people think that poor people don't deserve.
And I think she brings up some good points, right? This is something we're wrestling with because there are so many different ways to consume food, and people are looking at it differently, right? Are you going to look at potato chips that are baked versus fried? Are you going to look at those differently? Are you going to look at potatoes?
I do. I look at baked versus fried differently. I have for a long time. If I'm going to be forced to pick a package of potato chips when I go to a sandwich place, I always pick the baked. Now, do I have any sort of scientific evidence that one is better for me than the other? No, but I picked the baked.
Because it seems healthier to you.
Yeah, I do. I thought probably the best, maybe that's not the right word, but the most, I would say some of the most informative part of that conversation that we had in the 9 o'clock hours, the phone calls we got from moms who are using EBT cards and talking to us about why they use them. And a couple of moms, explained what the irony is in these cards.
I don't feel like the soda, even though it's not the best thing to eat, I don't feel like that's what's causing the obesity. I feel like what the FDA allows to be put in our food and allows to be put in those things is the biggest problem. And that's why I try and, look out for certain ingredients like, the high fructose corn syrup and different things like that.
And I think this goes a little bit to what Holly Richardson was mentioning, is this feels like there's some echoes of RFK Jr., who's likely going to be the new Health and Human Services Secretary, in his push to make America healthy again. He's talking about ultra-processed foods and getting rid of a lot of the additives and preservatives in food to make it more organic and have less that is put in. And, if you're eating a turkey sandwich, it is turkey and flour and yeast and water. You can simplify it that way. That's been his push.
Okay, it just seems like we don't really get to the heart of this conversation. We're kind of talking around it. The fact of the matter is that parents feed their kids quite a bit of candy. We drink a lot of soda in this state, and we often model for our kids, what we eat is what they eat. So, are you willing to tell your kids no and also give up candy? Are you willing to give it? Like, let's take the EBT benefits out of it. If we're going to talk about making America healthy again, it's not just making people who are on SNAP benefits healthy again. So let's talk about this from a broader perspective, because that's what this is really needs to be about. If we're going to lean into making America healthy again, then what are you going to do about all the soda that's consumed? What are you going to do about all the sugary coffee drinks that you consume? What are you going to do about, not only the hamburger, because I love myself a good hamburger too, but the French fries and the dessert you have with it. The thing is this is a widespread problem that has been going on for a really long time. I mean, I remember a day when I was in elementary school where we actually went through a line and they made the food there on site. Now, earlier in the show, you said, well, kids' favorite food is Lunchables.
Yeah.
As a mom, I bought my kids Lunchables from time to time. No shame on Lunchables. I'm just saying we have changed our habits to the point where junk food does consume a lot of our diet. So what are you willing to give up? What am I willing to give up? What am I willing to model? Because if we're going to talk about this from a broader perspective, we can't just say, oh, people on SNAP benefits can't buy candy and soda. But I can, because it doesn't matter if I'm eating healthy or not.
I don't know. You're not wrong, I think, with fundamentally we've changed how we eat. You look at what school lunch looked like back in the 50s, and you look at what it is now and what was standard. Yeah, we have moved into refined foods, sugars, candy, sweets, fast food. I'm not arguing that on any level. And there's no question we can all improve our diets. I think it's hard for me to separate the two where we say, if you're going to receive benefits, if you're going to receive my tax dollars, do I want it going to soda? Or can we pick up a cheaper option? It's like when you lend a family member money, they say, hey, listen, I need some money to pay for my mortgage, and you give them a couple $1,000s to pay for their mortgage, and then they go on a vacation. Like that's not what it was intended for. When you receive this benefit, when you receive this charity, it was with the idea that you're gonna use it for a genuine need.
So what do the rest of us do? That's my question. What do the rest of us do? If we're gonna find it important to restrict candy and soda for people on benefits, if you're not on benefits, what are you willing to give up? You still gonna have a Snickers bar? You're still going to buy all the candy and give it out to your kids on, Valentine's Day and on Easter? It just strikes me that we talk about this in a silo, and we're afraid to lean into the idea that we all need to do better with this, that we've all bought into more candy, more junk food, and that's how we live our lives now. And we excuse it. But the reality of it is you and I are on the same health care plan. And if you're walking around eating something that's super unhealthy for you, and I'm over here eating spinach every single day and broccoli for dessert, well, then we already have an imbalance going on. And we know that's the case, right? I mean, people have all kinds of different lifestyles when it comes to eating. But I just want to take a pause for a moment and say, we're judging other people, and whether you believe in this program or not, and that program, or whether lawmakers should do this or that. What I'm saying is, are we looking in the mirror at our own selves and admitting that we have gone down a road where we just don't eat healthy the majority of the time? There are some people who do. There are a lot of people. I have my own problems with, occasionally a handful of
You don't
M&Ms.
have any problems.
No. Well, I do. I just do it behind your back. I will occasionally eat a sleeve of Oreos. But you're not getting my point, or maybe we just don't want to talk about that part of it.
I don't see the connection. Your personal decisions of how you eat, absolutely. That when you're paying for it, you have the freedom to eat whatever you want. But I think anytime we start talking about federal tax dollars or the state tax dollars, it's not unreasonable to have some requirements and some strings attached to that. We do that everywhere.
Where does the line get drawn? What about cereals?
I think wants versus needs is the best way to do it.
So oatmeal is a need, but the Frosty, my kids used to say,
the brown sugar and maple.
When are we going to actually have Captain Crunch? You buy us Lieutenant Munch all the time. Yeah. It's true. I always bought the more generic brand, the off-brand. Where do you draw the line? Is that okay?
And that's what's difficult about it, because you're right. Is there any difference between a candy bar and a Pop-Tart? Right? There, calories-wise, nutritional value, there's probably zero difference between a Pop-Tart and a candy bar. So you're right. It's going to be difficult to draw a very clear line unless you're saying, all right, you can have flour and sugar and you can have vegetables and fruits, and that would be too restrictive. So we are absolutely having to make some concessions, but it's pretty easy to look at a Snickers bar and say, the Snickers bar has no nutritional value. You can look at a Coke and say a Coke has no nutritional value, right? There's some easy layups where we can just say, yeah, that for sure is candy. That for sure is soda. And the rest, we're probably going to have to just figure it out along the way.
Straight ahead, speaking of grocery shopping, we're going to take you right back into the grocery store, this time for a different reason. Imagine you're checking out at the grocery store and you see a woman, you see a baby, and you see somebody else there with the woman, and they come up to you and ask you to help them with some baby formula. I need help paying for baby formula. We're such good-hearted people in Utah, we probably say yes. But before you jump to saying yes, you have to listen to what KSL Television's investigative reporter Matt Gephardt found out when he got a call from a woman who said, I said yes. And then something else happened. He's up next to explain.
Join the smartest conversation in Utah, the team of analysts and political advisors that make up Inside Sources. Get unfiltered analysis of the new administration, the president's cabinet, and Utah's upcoming legislative session. Inside Sources, weekdays from 1 to 3 on KSL News Radio.
You've known Master Electrical Service for decades. Since 1954, they've been around. You've seen the vans driving around. I've seen the posters in my pickleball, right, for Master Electrical Service. Well, now they've joined forces with Mountain Air to create this great company, do it all, one-stop shopping. It's called Mountain Home Services.
Yeah, so that means you can call them for your electrical needs. Maybe you need a new generator. They do that too. You need some new recessed lighting because you're trying to update your kitchen. They're the perfect company for this, because they'll not only do that, but they can also look at your HVAC. You need repairs with your heating and air, your plumbing. Because they've combined forces, Dave, they can do all of that.
It's the one-stop shopping, so you don't need to have 50 numbers in your phone. If you have a need in your house, just call Mountain Home Services. It all comes with an upfront pricing guarantee. So when they come out to your house, they give you a bid, they are going to honor that bid.
Yeah, that's right. So the price they quote you up front is the price you pay when the job is done, which is great. That means there's no hidden fees.
Make sure you reach out to them. Mountain Home Services is the website, mountainhomeservices.com. That's mountainhomeservices.com.
Or you can give them a call, 801-543-2222. Again, 801-543-2222.
Paid for by government.com. Have you heard? A recent stash of 1902 Morgan silver dollar coins has been found. These gorgeous 1902 silver dollar coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 300 of these Morgan silver dollars are available. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone interested in silver coins. Just call government at 1-800-806-1641, and you are guaranteed a mint condition 1902 Morgan silver dollar featuring the iconic old mint mark of the New Orleans Mint. But with limited quantity, you must call now. These 1902 silver coins are still in uncirculated condition. That is 122 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-806-1641. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-806-1641 now to secure your 1902 Morgan silver dollars before they sell out. That's 1-800-806-1641.
You bought a house, or maybe you're building one, but it just isn't feeling like home. Not yet. AMC Building Materials has this undeniable knack for transforming a house into a home. Your home. How do they do that? They combine years of exceptional kitchen and bath creations with your ideas. In fact, customer satisfaction is their #1 priority. You know what you want. You know it's not going to be cookie cutter. And this is exactly where AMC shines. AMC delivers exceptional quality, bold-style kitchen and bath designs, along with their exceptional value and a timeline you'll love. Most projects are complete by the elite AMC professional installers in under 10 days. Immerse yourself in the beauty, function, and feel in person at the AMC Building Materials showroom in Salt Lake City. Get directions and schedule your free estimate at amckitchenslc.org. AMC Building Materials, transforming your house into a home. amckitchenslc.org.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
My name is Dale Pazinski. I volunteer with United Way to help the homeless in my community learn computer skills and build a basic resume. I don't just wear the shirt, I live it.
Give, advocate, volunteer, Live United. Go to liveunited.org. Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
11:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Claire Scott. KSL's top story this hour. A bill in the legislature that would keep people from buying candy and soda with food stamps is facing criticism. Utahns Against Hunger spokeswoman Gina Carina says their problem is how these products are classified.
Sugar-sweetened beverages, same thing. If it has milk in it, it doesn't count. So people go buy chocolate milk. Is chocolate milk any better for you than sugar-sweetened soda? I don't know.
Carina says sweet treats with flour in them are not considered candy, and she believes the groups trying to restrict what families can buy with government assistance are trying to undermine the program's infrastructure. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. The Department of Homeland Security is raising safety concerns about internet-connected cameras made in China. Homeland Security believes thousands of these cameras could gain access to critical U.S. infrastructure networks.
The U.S. has not had success in simply blocking the import of these things because of workarounds that the Chinese have had some success in using. They're called white labeling. In other words, the true manufacturer is sometimes concealed. They'll be packaged in different boxes, shipped through a different entity, and then they end up in the United States. And there are believed to be tens of thousands of them connected to critical U.S. infrastructure.
ABC News senior investigative correspondent Eric Kutursky reporting. Your money at this moment, the Dow is down 156 points. The S&P is up 15. And coming up, wind before the storm. KSL Weather's next. KSL News Time, 11:31.
A reminder about the simplest way to get updated for your day.
Hit your KSL preset when you jump in the car, and we'll take care of the rest.
Hear key news updates and traffic reports.
Andy and Amanda from 5 to 9 in your car.
KSL News Radio at 102.7 FM.
Discover the thrill of winter adventure with Bear Lake Ski Shoring the Bear. Join us for an unforgettable experience on February 21st and 22nd. Whether you're a participant or a spectator, there's excitement for everyone. Spectators get in free, so bring your friends and family to cheer on the competitors. The action kicks off with the first round of races Friday, leading up to the exhilarating final round on Saturday. The top 10 competitors will return to battle it out for the ultimate glory. With no pre-registration needed, simply show up and sign a waiver to join the fun. Compete for a chance to win buckles, cash, and prizes in various divisions. Feel the rush, embrace the challenge, and be part of this unique winter spectacle. Don't miss out on this exciting event. Sign up for skijoring and experience the thrill of racing through the snow. For more information, visit bearlake.org. See you at Skijoring the Bear.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. Here's Ricky Meese.
Right now, we are looking at a nice and quiet drive on all the Valley freeways. No accidents or delays. Your main secondaries are also in good shape. It's a good time to be out on the roads. Common Spirit, hospitals, clinics, and caregivers, all connected to advanced health care in Colorado, Kansas, and Utah. Healthcare with Human Kindness is here. Hello, Human Kindness. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
A high of 52 tomorrow with partly cloudy skies. We're expecting a windy start to Friday as rain and snowstorm moves in by the afternoon. Right now it is 39 and mostly cloudy. I'm Claire Scott from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
Well, imagine you're at the grocery store. You and your kind heart get approached by a woman with a baby and another child with them. And they can't afford formula. They can't afford baby formula. What would you do, Dave?
Here's my card.
Oh.
Just hand it over.
Well, maybe you want to talk to Matt Gephardt, or at least see his story on KSLTV.com before you decide to hand over your card, your credit card, because he got a call from a woman who said, "I did this. I was kind-hearted," and then what happened next cost her $1,000. KSL 5 Television's investigative reporter Matt Gephardt live on the line. Good morning, Matt.
Good morning, Debbie. Dave, how are you?
So good. Okay, you got to walk us through what went down at the grocery store.
So it was a dance, is the way, a choreographed dance is the way it was described to me. This woman, she's preparing to check out, and she was approached by another woman. Please, 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 can you help me? My baby is starving. And the woman said, "Oh yeah, okay, sure. What do you need? Just some milk and some diapers." And she said, "Okay." And she goes to hand over some cash, and she says, "No, your credit card will do. I don't want to take more than I need. I don't want you to, I just." And she goes, "Well, all right." So grabs her cart, and in there she sees a couple of cans of baby formula, and she thinks, I don't know, she's a grandma. She doesn't. It's been a long time since she's even had to think about things like that. So she has no idea what formula costs. Little unbeknownst to her, these cans can run $60 to $100. So she gets up to the self checkout there, and the woman is scanning these Similac cans one at a time, all while she says a 10-year-old boy is distracting her, and standing in front of the pad so she can't see the dollar amount and distracting her and saying, "Oh, God bless you. Oh, Jesus bless you. Oh, love you," and kissing her hand and giving her hugs and stuff. The next thing she knows, she gestures to, put your credit card in, and she does. And it isn't until the thing is processing that she looks at the total for the first time, and my goodness, it's close to $1,000. At which point she says, "Wait, hold on a second." And the woman grabs the items and walks out of the store rapidly and hops into a waiting truck that was running, and off they go. She never saw a baby, and so she's going well, that was weird. And then she reaches out to me, and as we begin investigating, it turns out this is a very common flim-flam, similar to what you might see a panhandler with a sign on the side of the road saying kind of whatever they want it to say, and you have no idea if it's the truth or not. And what happens a lot is people will take this baby formula and return it, and so this person can drive down the street to another. In this case, it was a Walmart. Drive down to another Walmart and return this stuff, and you either get store credit or cash, and voila.
Oh wow! And there's obviously no way to know that these were purchased through a scam.
Right. I mean, and that's absolutely right, Dave. And one of the questions that we sort of looked at here was, well, what is this a crime? It's scamming is a crime. Is this a crime? And it's like, well, yeah. I mean, technically, you could call this in the state of Utah communications fraud, or at the federal level, you could call this theft by deception, communications fraud. But you got to prove it. Police have things to do with their time besides follow this woman around to see if she returns it, to see if she actually has a baby, and things like that. And so it becomes really, really tough to enforce. And even from a store standpoint, I mean, you could open yourself up to lawsuits. You could start hanging pictures of people saying, hey, we think this person might be a fraudster. So it's one of those things you just got to be on the lookout for yourself.
Well, I want to back up and kind of layer by layer this with you, Matt. The first thing is, when in the world did infant formula become $60 to $100 a can? And I would assume this isn't like a 7-year supply of infant formula. It's probably one of those smaller cans that she didn't realize had gone up. I mean, that's a lot of money.
It is, and I mean, it's been a minute since I've had infants in arms. But,
I know,
but I remember it being prohibitively expensive back when I was buying this stuff, and yeah, I mean, these are cans of the stuff, and it can last. One of these cans back when I had babies was it could last you several weeks, and so when you start doing the math on it, it's not all the money in the world, but yeah, it
adds
baby
up.
formula is not inexpensive.
So my point to saying that is, I guess if you don't know the price and how much how expensive it is, you really don't know how much you're going to be in for that 1 or 2 or 10 cans of formula plus whatever else they're buying. The other thing is ruses work. And are effective when they play on people's emotions. And this one, you cannot beat this type of a ruse when it comes to emotions, because you have a baby that can't eat, a mom that's desperate, and, baby formula that you mix with water, and you think you're going to help feed a baby.
Yeah, I think it's effective for those reasons. I think it's effective from the standpoint of, until I did this reporting, I actually didn't realize that baby formula was the kind of thing that could be returned or resold. We saw a huge spike in baby formula related scams. If you remember, a couple of years ago, there was a big shortage because I can't remember all the details, but there was something tainted about it, and so a couple of plants had to shut down here in the United States. And at which point you started seeing this stuff going for gazillions of dollars online. You also saw scams directly related to, hey, I have it, you need it, and people just stealing money. And it seems like this may be some legs of that, where it's just kind of like you don't really think about things like food as not necessarily being returnable, and things like specifically baby food as not necessarily being able to be resold. But in fact, it's perfectly legal and it's done all the time.
Matt, one part of this that stood out to me, it sounds like this was done at the self-checkout and not going through with cashier.
Yes, that's correct.
So I would imagine that part of that reason is because if you're throwing hundreds of dollars worth of stuff through with the cashier, they will say out to you, hey, that's $937. That would be one element of it that I'd be very highly skeptical of, is making sure that they're going through the self-checkout.
So 2 things I would say to that is, one, yes, the victim in this case tells me that she was being distracted in a way that didn't really allow her to see the total amount until the time was, to insert the card was there, and by then it all happened so quickly. And in these moments, it also becomes very difficult to say no. It's high pressure, it's a lot of talking, it's real fast. And I would also say that if you go check out the story on KSLTV.com, there was a video that we included in the story that was posted to TikTok just last month. I don't believe it was here in Utah, but it was a Walmart employee essentially yelling at someone who was doing this in the self-checkout, saying, "Stop it! You need to get out of here! You need to." Nobody, she was walking up to people saying, "Will you please buy me this formula? Will you please buy this for me?" And this Walmart employee began, "Go! You need to go!" and called security and escorted that particular person out. And so I do think that, yes, to your point, self-checkout does seem to be a place where there's a little more maybe free reign for these people to operate.
Well, and now this cautionary tale hopefully warns other people when they're at the grocery store about this, because I do think we're so kind-hearted. And as you said, this high pressure, you're put on the spot. Somebody's child isn't going to get fed if you don't step up. But this ended up costing this woman $1,000, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, she was perfectly happy to. And I would also use this as an opportunity to plug legitimate registered charities because, and I can't remember exactly what the math is, but, if you take $1 and you hand it to somebody, they get $1. If you take it to a place like the Utah Food Bank, they between their partnerships and the various other nonprofits that work together and things like that, they can take that and make it 5, 6, 7, 8 times further. That $1 becomes $7, and that $7 goes to things like baby formula for somebody who would be in need of such things. So I think it's lovely that we give. We are a charitable people, and it's important to be charitable, but giving wisely, being a little cynical when you're approached, I think is it's a perfectly healthy self-defense mechanism, and that we should probably we got to use.
You're talking to Ms. Cynical right here. Absolutely, Matt. So appreciate your reporting. You can see his full report at KSLTV.com, and of course you can catch him nightly at KSL5 Television. Great story, great cautionary tale. Unfortunately, this woman is now out $1,000. But we can all learn from it. And the one lesson I learned, being a former investigative and consumer reporter myself, is if you go into these scenarios recognizing that this stuff is happening and you have a line kind of already rolling around in your brain. I always use this line, I just gave to another charity. Thanks so much. But if you need help, you can go to the Utah Food Bank or give them a call. You can kind of divert that moment in a way that doesn't make you seem like you're just totally heartless and rude. But I've just stopped giving money on the spot because ultimately it's like what Matt just talked. You just don't know really what the true story is behind that, behind what's going on.
Do you think there's any chance you could dispute this with your credit card company?
Yeah, well, you could try. Yeah, I mean, I would try, but it sounds like it's like she is ultimately, and we'd have to get Matt back on the line, but when you improve the purchase, like if you were doing this and you just approve the purchase in the moment, it's like, well, you approve the purchase, but you might as well try.
Yeah.
I would.
That's a tough one.
I've disputed purchases before and just give them the true story.
Yeah.
Just tell them like it is, and see if they'll reverse it for you. But there's a lot of conversation with that story, a lot of layers to that story. I thought Matt brought up a good one, and sometimes you just, who knew? I didn't know baby formula could be returned either. Straight ahead, I couldn't believe the hourly wages that Costco is boosting for its employees up to $32 an hour. Okay, I'm going to break down what jobs pay how much at Costco straight ahead.
This is Derek Miller speaking on business. With over 5 decades of experience, the Boyer Company has continued to transform the landscape of Utah and beyond by creating vibrant spaces that foster innovation, commerce, and community growth. President and real estate developer Nate Boyer joins us with more.
At the Boyer Company, we take pride in our role as one of the Western U.S.'s leading real estate developers and managers. For over 53 years, we've been shaping communities with a diverse portfolio spanning office, retail, industrial, medical, residential, and government properties. Since 1972, we've developed 48 million square feet of commercial space and currently manage over 26 million square feet with a focus on long-term value. Our work includes some of Utah's most iconic projects, such as 201 South Main, the Gateway, Business Depot Ogden, and the District Shopping Center. We've also been instrumental in shaping Silicon Slopes, delivering 15 tech headquarters that fuel innovation. Recent milestones include leasing 2.5 million square feet of industrial space and developing multifamily projects, including build-for-rent townhomes across thriving communities. Visit BoyerCompany.com to learn more about our commitment to building spaces where people live, work, and innovate.
The Boyer Company's commitment to quality and innovation has positioned them as a leader in real estate development. With transformative projects shaping Utah's landscape, Boyer continues to drive growth, ensuring a bright future for the community and beyond. I'm Derek Miller with the Salt Lake Chamber, speaking on business.
You know that feeling? The weather starts getting colder, so you go down to check out the furnace and you look around and think, what am I even looking at? Because you don't know how these things work with all the lights and wires and pipey things. And then you think, I bet those technicians at Whipple went to school for this. Shouldn't they be here looking at my furnace? Whipple that away. Knowing what to look for on your furnace tune-up is my job. Make your problem my problem. Whipple Service Champions.
Visit whipplethataway.com for our current special offers.
Dave and Dujanovic.
We're following a development developing story, which Maria Chaleos will have more details on. But ABC News, New York Times, CNN reporting that a federal judge has temporarily blocked the Trump administration's fork in the road employment buyout offer until at least Monday. Employees of the federal government, the 2 million plus that got that email, had until today to hit reply on that email and type in the word resign. Dave, you said earlier you saw that 40,000 had accepted that offer.
And it could be even more. But now at least there's a pause. This judge is trying to process it looks like, trying to figure out exactly what that would mean, because if this resignation were to go into effect, the promise was you'd be able to keep your job or at least have 8 months of severance, and there would be a phasing out process, or perhaps you'd be recalled. There are a lot of I's to dot and T's to cross, and that email, the fork in the road email, didn't lay out any of those details.
Yeah, we'll continue to follow that right here as this story develops throughout the day.
Right on the money. Special coverage with Dave and Dujanovic.
Well, let's talk about Costco. Our producer, Caitlin, caught this headline, and it worries me anytime she catches headlines about companies that have just raised the pay of employees. So I'm like, nope, don't look at that. You're not going anywhere. But she pitched this story because it seems Costco is going to be raising pay for clerks to up to nearly $32 an hour.
$32 an hour, not including overtime.
Pretty good.
That's $65,000 a year as a full-time employee.
I said this earlier in the meeting, and I mean this. I don't say this about a lot of companies, but I feel like every time I go to Costco, it's hard to find a parking spot, especially on a Saturday, and the line is, way to, it's hundreds and hundreds of people deep. I'm like, this place isn't going away. It seems to me it's just gotten more and more popular over the years. So if you're looking for like a long-term employment, there's some companies that I look to and I tell my kids about, like, hey, you should think about this. One of them has always been UPS. I had a sister-in-law who worked for UPS for many years. Another one is Costco. I'm like, and not only that, they seem to pay well. People who work there seem to be happy. If you work at Costco, give us a text, 57500. I won't only want happy text, though. I want to know how great it is to work at Costco. So here is the new wage structure as of just a couple of weeks from now, Dave. Top scale clerks will make, I don't know what that job is, but almost $32 an hour. Entry level will start at $21 an hour.
And $21 an hour is a fantastic starting wage, right? And then you can grow into it. That's one of the things that you have to look at is, okay, if I'm going to stick with somebody for 10, 20, 30 years, an entire career, what is the top end? You can have an amazing starting salary, but if you top out relatively quickly, then maybe that's not your long-term solution. But when you top out at $32 an hour, $65,000 a year, then that's a career that you may stick with forever.
I'm communicating with one of our texters at 57500. I'm asking them, what are your benefits? So if you just texted us a few seconds ago, I'm sending you a text back. It's from me. And I asked you, what are your benefits? This listener says, as a Costco employee, I love working for that company. They take care of us. Oh, I would love it if you would share your hourly wage. I know it's such a personal question to ask, but what do you make per hour? What are your benefits? Is it a good 401k plan? Do you have good health benefits? I have pulled up the list, Dave, of different positions at Costco. And I have never told you this, but I have this desire to, when I grow up, become a cake decorator.
Oh, yeah. That'd be fun. That'd be way fun.
If you post a video anywhere on social media, you don't even have to be a good cake decorator. If you're decorating a cake, you got me for that whole 3 minutes. And I love watching people decorate cakes. I've tried to decorate cakes. I really have figured out that I need somebody to teach me. Well, look at this. Costco, cake decorator. What do they earn per hour? $20.50 an hour. But here's the max. Almost $31 an hour. I'm in.
There you go.
Could
Over
I,
$60,000 a year.
Could I decorate cakes
For 40 hours a week?
2,080 hours a year? You betcha. You're going to pay me $31 an hour to do it? Where do I stand?
So this is the downside, right? I mean, I know we celebrate it. We're like so excited for $32 an hour. How much do you think that cake costs now? How much do you think I'm going to be charged for a cake if they're paying you $32 an hour?
Then you can make a cake from scratch.
I'm just saying, all of this comes with the asterisk that your prices around Costco are going to go up.
Well, look, you can't beat the $4.99 rotisserie chicken at Costco.
That's true. That's a loss leader.
They have, I don't think and I haven't had the hot dog there in a long time. I think it's still like $1.50.
Yeah, $1.50 with a drink, by the way.
Yeah, I also love buying the blueberries and raspberries at Costco right now, and blackberries. We buy the berries. We're a berry healthy family. It's like $3-4 right now,
that's
and
a
you
good
get
deal,
yeah. So you get some really good deals at
in the
Costco.
middle of winter.
Absolutely. Love it mixed with my yogurt. I'd love to be a Costco travel reservation agent as well. Again, same salary range.
Travel reservation?
Yes,
what is that?
Right. And well, they have these travel packages at Costco, right? You can sign up. Are you a Costco member?
Yeah.
You do not realize what all of your benefits
Obviously not.
are all about. Yeah, you can. They have travel deals, travel packages, $20.50 an hour to $31 an hour.
Is that like a travel agent?
Yeah, well, yeah, I think you could just. I'm not sure if you have the same level of expertise as a job, but I would learn. Membership clerk, $20. Same pay range, up to $31 an hour. I don't have the qualifications to be a pharmacy manager, but it looks like in the state of Washington, maybe they're hiring there. Almost $180,000 a year. Oh, our texter's back. Hold on, I'm going back to the text page here. Bear with me, friends. Okay, so, thank you. The texter says, Debbie, my hourly wage is $29.20 an hour, and I've been with Costco for 13 years now. I've had to have multiple surgeries, and my deductible for my health insurance is $250 a year.
Wow.
Oh, go on.
That's great.
$50 for dental, and they cover my glasses up to $175 a year. Also, they just raised the rate of our safety shoes. We now get $150 a year for steel-toe boots and non-slick shoes. Yeah, I need to wear more non-slick shoes myself in Costco. I currently work at the gas station in Saratoga Springs. I'm going to come out and visit you.
I think one of the great things we have to remember is, listen, this may not be my favorite job in the whole world to be a Costco clerk, but sometimes you don't need to love your job. You just need to make some money and have it be reliable and work for a good company. And I think whether it's Costco or Walmart or whatever job is out there, sometimes you just need something reliable and something that pays well, and that definitely checks the boxes.
They said they love their job, so that works out well for them.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company requires them to sell, and many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best just suitable. Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Trajan Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Trajan Wealth. Call 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Are you in search of a fulfilling career where you can work on a team that provides you room to grow, learn, and thrive every day? Focus Engineering and Surveying is looking for individuals to join their team who take pride in the customer service they provide and have a passion for their clients to be successful. No experience in engineering, CAD design, or surveying? No problem. Focus will train those who fit their team culture for rewarding careers in surveying and CAD design. If you can align with the core ideology and the Focus team culture, if you're internally driven, team-oriented, client-focused, and love personal development and growth, Focus Engineering and Surveying is the place for you. Enjoy a positive work environment and paid internship opportunities, plus fantastic benefits like great health care with 80% employer-paid premium and HSA matched up to $200 per month, 401k, vacation, even annual performance bonuses. Start your journey towards your new and fulfilling career. Apply now at FocusUtah.com. That's FocusUtah.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Washington County Legacy Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates. This weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Washington County Legacy Park. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Mountain America Expo Center, Washington County Legacy Park. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number Limited Edition Smart Bed. Plus free home delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit ConsumerCellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Good afternoon. KSL News Time is 12 o'clock noon, and this is Utah's Noon News. I'm Maria Chaleos. KSL's top story this hour. The former Utah gymnastics coach accused of hiding a camera in the bathroom has been hit with new federal charges. KSL News Radio's Eric Cabrera is live with details. Eric?
Maria, last year, Adam Jacobs, former coach and owner of USA Gymnastics World in Woods Cross, was charged with voyeurism and sexual exploitation of a minor after police said he secretly placed a camera in a bathroom. The cam was later discovered by an employee. Now new federal charges have been filed against Jacobs. According to court documents, he's accused of knowingly transporting a minor with the intent of engaging in sexual activity or prostitution. The charges also include the production and possession of child pornography. Jacobs is set to appear in court tomorrow for his first hearing before a U.S. magistrate judge. Reporting live, Eric Cabrera, KSL News Radio.
The Cottonwood Heights woman accused of killing her National Guard husband in September was in court today. Jennifer Gledhill waived her right to preliminary hearing. She's facing several charges related to the death of her husband, Matthew Johnson, whose body still hasn't been found. The detention hearing was supposed to happen, but it was moved. A new hearing date was set for February 28th. KSL's top national stories. A federal judge has blocked the Trump administration from moving forward with its plan to close out its buyout program for federal employees at midnight tonight. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy has the latest from Washington.
In a brief hearing, Boston-based federal judge George O'Toole ordered a pause on tonight's deadline to give both the Trump administration and its opponents more time to craft their arguments. The judge directed the government to send emails to all eligible employees, advising them that the buyout is now on ice pending the next hearing on Monday afternoon. At last check, the White House said more than 40,000 federal workers had decided to take the offer, meaning they'd immediately be placed on leave but remain on the payroll through the end of September.
The administration had been hoping for 5 to 10% of the federal workforce to accept the buyouts. IRS workers in Ogden are getting an updated memo from the federal government about the deferred resignations. The Office of Personnel Management states it could delay or deny an employee's deferred resignation depending on mission requirements. It also lays out options for workers who are eligible to take early retirement instead. This could make a big difference in the lives of more than 10,000 workers employed with the IRS in Weber County. KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis has more.
In Weber County, the IRS is the top employer, and workers there must decide if they will accept the deal. But in a Facebook video posted by the local chapter of the National Treasury Employees Union, Representative Doug Sanders advises against the offer.
This is a career. This is their service. I mean, you take an oath, right, to the United States of America. It's a big deal.
He says the details of the offer are too vague, and the union is not even sure if the promise to collect pay is possible. Brianna Willis, KSL News Radio.
Remote Hill Air Force Base workers are back for in-person work today. KSL News Radio's Adam Small has more from the south gate of the base.
The move is in compliance with an executive order from President Trump. Hill's requiring all employees living within 50 miles of the base to come back in today. Employees living farther than 50 miles from the base, depending on their position, will have to return sometime in the next few weeks, or in some cases, no later than 4 months from now.
UDOT is reminding people to take extra time on their drive home tonight to get through any potential congestion near the base, especially near its 3 gates. Utah Congressman Burgess Owens appeared on Fox News this morning and was asked if he wants to see President Trump disband the Department of Education.
And whatever we're going to do is going to be focused on making sure our kids can figure it out and how about pushing the power and the money back to the parents. Allow the parents and the states to figure out how to do best, and they can hold people accountable. They can hold school boards accountable. They will do the best job because obviously it's not working here in D.C.
Owens also praised the president's executive order banning transgender women from women's sports. Other national stories KSL is following. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is praising Trump's plan for the U.S. to take over Gaza, while other leaders in the region strongly oppose it. Netanyahu is meeting with lawmakers on Capitol Hill today who are asking for details on the plan. ABC's Jay O'Brien has more.
Congressional Republicans, including John Thune, saying that in his view, it could shake up the status quo, it could change the Middle East. He was very diplomatic and not fully saying that he was on board with the plan. Speaker Mike Johnson went a little bit further, calling this a quote-unquote bold plan and saying that something needs to be done that's different than the Biden administration's approach. So what we saw was this quick jump to praise this plan of President Trump's, but without much detail.
The president has said that part of the plan includes Egypt and Jordan taking those who would be relocated, but those two countries have refused to make that happen. President Trump spoke at the National Prayer Breakfast event at the Washington Hilton today. The president called for a return to religion in the U.S. The president announced that he's putting Attorney General Pam Bondi in charge of a Justice Department task force to fight anti-Christian bias.
The task force will work to fully prosecute anti-Christian violence and vandalism in our society and to move heaven and earth to defend the rights of Christians and religious believers nationwide.
He also says he's forming a presidential commission on religious liberty. First look traffic. Good afternoon, Ricky.
Good afternoon, Maria. Construction causing slowdowns in Tooele County, southbound Main Street at Mills Junction and Stansbury Park. Ricky Meeson, the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL News Time, 12:05.
When you crash your car, you get it fixed. When your computer crashes, you get a new one. But what will you do if you've been saving in a 401k or an IRA and the market crashes? If you're in your 30s or 40s, you'll be just fine. But if you're in or near retirement, you could be in trouble. Mike Stevens and his team at Capital Wealth Advisors are here to help. They can run a risk analysis to see if you're too heavily invested in the market. Don't let the ups and downs of Wall Street control you or your retirement dreams. Call 801-210-5500 today to schedule your risk analysis with Mike Stevens and the team at Capital Wealth Advisors. That's 801-210-5500. Crashes happen. Question is, are you ready? Capital Wealth Advisors, 801-210-5500. Investing involves risk, including the potential loss of principal. Advisory services offered through Capital Wealth Advisors, LLC, a state of Utah registered investment advisor.
Don't miss the Dave's Bernina Super Weekend Sale at their Provo and St. George locations. Save up to $2,500 on Bernina long arm machines. The B500 and 700 models start as low as $1,999.
Come see the Bernina 990, the most amazing revolutionary sewing machine in the world.
All machines are on sale. Below 2.9 interest for 60 months.
Amazing bargains on trade-ins, classroom, and demo machines. Dave's Bernina, 691 East St. George Boulevard and 2017 North 550 West in Provo.
This Friday, join KSL News Radio and NPS from 10 to 1 as the movie show stops by. Then, browse and uncover what makes NPS so great. With 4 locations, NPS takes a new inventory every day. Then, they check all competitors' retail pricing before marking items down 20 to 70% off. You're invited to visit the movie show this Friday from 10 to 1. And that's the first step to discovering NPS. Visit npsstore.com to begin your own NPS adventure. npsstore.com.
It's time for the Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show February 13th through the 16th at Mountain America Expo. Save $2 at UtahRVShow.com.
Thank you for joining us for Utah's Noon News, recapping our top story. Tonight's deadline for President Trump's federal buyout program has been extended after a federal judge blocked the plan earlier today. KSL News Time 12:08. A local lawmaker is pushing for more glass recycling in the state. KSL News Radio's Alexandria Bonilla reports.
A bill to research how we can increase glass recycling is getting support from the legislature. Glass recycling facility Momentum Recycling says glass makes up at least 5% of the waste stream in the Rocky Mountain region. Bill sponsor Representative Douglas Welton says the material can be given new life in housing projects.
You can make insulation, which becomes part of the circular economy. It's not going to be the end-all for housing prices, but it's certainly a piece of the puzzle.
The study would be conducted, finished, and presented to the legislature by next year. Alexandria Bonilla, KSL News Radio.
Salt Lake City has launched another round of micro grants aimed at increasing access to food and gardens. People can apply for the grant of up to $250 to grow their own food. Community grants are also available for up to $5,000. Applications are open until March 3rd. Local health officials say we are seeing a big spike in cases of flu and RSV, especially among young children. KSL News Radio's Candy Zilale has more.
Emergency rooms and waiting areas like the ones at Primary Children's Hospital are crowded. And in some cases, hospital beds are full with the same rooms being shared by 2 children. Dr. Nathan Money is a professor of pediatrics at the University of Utah. He says these highly contagious viruses last on surfaces for several hours.
Usually they pick it up from places where they're around other children, such as school or daycare or other public places.
The advice is the same as always. Keep the kids at home when they're feeling sick and consider vaccinating your kids against the flu and RSV. Candy Zilale, KSL News Radio.
Be ready to see a lot of police officers patrolling the streets this Super Bowl weekend. The number of alcohol-related crashes last year spiked on Super Bowl Sunday, and one of the crashes was fatal. Jason Metman with the Utah Department of Public Safety tells KSL TV they will be on the lookout.
33 police agencies statewide. They're going to be working over 85 shifts dedicated to just enforcing impaired driving.
He says they've been tracking the number of alcohol-related crashes on Super Bowl Sunday over the last 10 years, and it doubles or even triples compared to a normal day in February. Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. And here's Rakimi's.
Well, Maria, I think you need to fire emergency traffic because we've just had an accident going from Bluffdale to Draper. It's on northbound I-15. It's right as you're rounding the point of the mountain and before you get to 146 South. So just think of it by the big dirt pile. Right now we have a lot of vehicles to the left and right shoulders, plus other vehicles, including emergency crews, blocking center and right lanes of traffic. So far, traffic very light at this time, but it just won't take much to see delays really set in pretty solid. And they are stacking back, not quite, to SR 92, Temp Highway. That won't last long. Those delays will continue to build. You only have 2 left lanes of traffic to get through. Now in Tooele County, we've had delays, a little bit unexpected, and that's because we have road work. Those orange barrels are out in force on this sunny day, and you will see traffic taken down to 1 lane southbound SR 36 Main Street going through Mills Junction and Stansbury Park. Common Spirit, hospitals, clinics, and caregivers, all connected to advanced health healthcare in Colorado, Kansas, and Utah. Healthcare with human kindness is here. Hello, human kindness. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
After a chilly morning, we're going to rise to 52 this afternoon, partly cloudy skies. Overnight, winds will increase out of the south, keeping our overnight lows in the low 40s. Tomorrow early, we'll hit 59 degrees. An afternoon cold front will introduce rain and snow showers. Behind the front in the afternoon, we'll drop off into the 40s and 30s. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now, sunshine in downtown Salt Lake City and 41 degrees. Coming up on Utah's New News, a plan on Utah's Capitol Hill would require county jails to keep certain inmates behind bars until they have a chance to go before a judge. We'll have more from Salt Lake County Sheriff on how this will impact overcrowding. That's next, streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio. We are Utah's news, traffic, and weather station. If you've already walked away from your New Year's resolution to lose weight and you're now considering a plan, then you need to know that Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended its $200 off. Right now, they're offering you $200 off until the end of February. And I want to tell you about this great plan. I've lost more than 40 pounds on the plan. One of the big reasons I think it works is because you are motivated, because you see those pounds, that fat melt away very quickly. And that's something that you usually can't do on your own without a lot of vigorous exercise. And there's no vigorous exercise under this plan. The second thing I love is there are no injections, medications of any sort. It's just an all-natural plan. So you're eating all-natural foods, and you're learning how to incorporate them so you can keep this weight off long-term while not getting bored with the food you eat. This plan has great resources that keep you accountable and give you great daily ideas of how to be successful. And again, right now, they're giving you $200 off to get you off on the right foot. Find out more with a free virtual consultation at slcfatloss.com, or you can call them 801-450-1882. Wouldn't it be great to lose up to a pound per day? Boy, think how great you'd look for summer. Just go to slcfatloss.com to learn more. That's slcfatloss.com.
Jackson Hewitt makes taxes feel like a yacht rock song.
April breeze, give me my biggest tax refund, please. Guarantee.
And now get $100 just to try Jackson Hewitt. Does your tax person do that?
Say goodbye to that no guarantee tax guy.
Ready to sail through tax season? Go to Jackson Hewitt and you'll be limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out.
Going down in a rinse change.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
If you've ever set New Year's resolutions before, you know how difficult it is to follow through because you have to wait to see the results. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and in honor of your New Year, New You resolutions, Any Hour Services is having our New Year, New System sale. From now until the end of February, Any Hour Services will give you $2,025 off a new furnace and air conditioner. And you don't have to wait to save the money. You get $2,025 off at the time of purchase. The only thing you have to do to qualify for our New Year, New System sale is call Any Hour Services and schedule a free estimate. When you call, there's no obligation to buy. Just schedule a time to meet that works best for you. Let me say that again. From now until the end of February, when you have Any Hour Services install a new furnace and air conditioner, we'll give you $2,025 off. Call Any Hour Services right now and schedule a free estimate. 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
The UACPA supports certified public accountants in Utah through ongoing professional education and leadership development. Find a CPA that works for you at uacpa.org.
KSL News Time 12:16. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
Adam Jacobs, the former gymnastics coach arrested for hiding a camera in the bathroom, is facing new federal charges for transportation of a minor and production of child pornography. KSL News Radio's Eric Cabrera.
Second, IRS workers in Ogden got a letter today saying not all deferred resignation applications will be accepted, and many actually may be eligible for early retirement. Third, traffic and weather together, Ricky.
It is emergency traffic northbound I-15 at the point of the mountain where we have a crash with possible injuries involving a rolled vehicle. We have center and right lanes of traffic blocked right across from the dirt pile. We are seeing delays stacking up quickly. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Hey, dry skies today, but a cold front tomorrow. I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now, sunny and 41 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Time for KSL's top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. The buyout offer for federal workers has been extended until at least Monday.
In a brief hearing, Boston-based federal judge George O'Toole ordered a pause on tonight's deadline to give both the Trump administration and its opponents more time to craft their arguments. The judge directed the government to send emails pending the next hearing on Monday afternoon. At last check, the White House said more than 40,000 federal workers had decided to take the offer, meaning they'd immediately be placed on leave but remain on the payroll through the end of September.
ABC's Stephen Portnoy. President Trump's Government Efficiency Office, headed by Elon Musk, to cut funding or staffing at federal agencies, now facing legal challenges and pushback from Democrats. House Democrats say they've introduced the Taxpayer Data Protection Act to curb Musk and his team from accessing sensitive personal and financial data. That bill would also need Republican support. President Trump now says no troops will be needed for his redevelopment plans in Gaza. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu echoing Trump's assessment while meeting with U.S. lawmakers today. Israel also encouraging Palestinians now to leave the war-torn enclave.
Israel's defense minister instructing the Israeli army to prepare a plan to allow Gazans to leave voluntarily by land, air, or sea. Yisrael Katz taking that step in support of what he calls President Trump's bold plan on Gaza. But Palestinians in the war-ravaged Strip say they're not going anywhere. They call Gaza their home, no matter how destroyed. And the Saudis, Egyptians, Jordanians, and Emiratis say they will not play a role in helping to displace Palestinians. Jordana Miller, ABC News, Jerusalem.
The CDC put out a health alert asking doctors to obtain detailed travel history from patients with suspected symptoms of Ebola who may have visited Uganda. You're listening to ABC News.
Time for the KSL In-Depth. The Sully County Sheriff is responding to a bill on Utah's Capitol Hill that would require county jails to keep certain inmates behind bars until they have a chance to go before a judge. Sheriff Rosie Rivera tells Utah's Morning News that they have been dealing with jail overcrowding for a long time.
The impact could be significant. As you know, our public already knows that our jail has been at capacity for a very long time, and we really just need some more space to make things work. I do appreciate the sponsor of the bill for bringing this issue to the forefront. We did have a jail bond on the ballot this last November. It did not pass. And we are doing everything we can to keep our violent offenders in jail. But at the same time, we know there are many who are being released for overcrowding. And this, basically, the legislation is just going to prohibit us from overcrowding, releasing individuals before we contract with other jails. So we will have to start contracting our prisoners to other jails before we can do overcrowding releases.
Sheriff Rivera says the process of deciding who to release when a jail is overcrowded is complicated. We will continue to monitor the bill as it is discussed in committee today. Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Mountain America's Limited Time Balance Transfer Bonus. And Ricky Meese, I guess we still have an emergency traffic situation.
We do have emergency traffic northbound I-15 going from Utah into Salt Lake County on northbound I-15. It's a possible rollover with injuries at the point of the mountain, blocking multiple center and right lanes. Now, if you're headed that way, you will see the delays right as you're passing SR 92 Temp Highway. and these are stop-and-go delays. So you may want to think ahead, plan an alternate route like Redwood Road or Frontage Road, and then make your way into the Salt Lake Valley. But right now, with those lanes blocked and delays that continue to stack up, you want to add an extra 10, maybe 15 minutes to your travel time, depending on where you are in these delays. Whipple Service Champions, your cooling, heating, plumbing, drains, and electrical specialists. Whipple that away. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast starts off dry today, partly cloudy skies, and a mild high of 52. Windy tomorrow out of the south for the first half of the day with a high of 59. Then a cold front Friday afternoon brings rain, snow showers. Temperatures drop off for the evening. Breezy, partly cloudy on Saturday, 41. 39, mostly clear on Sunday. How about Monday? 38, mostly clear skies. Becoming partly cloudy, 37 on Tuesday. Next Wednesday, mostly cloudy with another storm trying to get in here. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
And it's sunny and 41 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City. The 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. Quick check of the markets. Another mixed day, but kind of a turnaround. Yesterday, the NASDAQ was down. Well, today, the Dow is down triple digits. We'll check your money news coming up next.
Discover the thrill of winter adventure with Bear Lake Ski Shoring the Bear. Join us for an unforgettable experience on February 21st and 22nd. Whether you're a participant or a spectator, there's excitement for everyone. Spectators get in free, so bring your friends and family to cheer on the competitors. The action kicks off with the first round of races Friday, leading up to the exhilarating final round on Saturday. The top 10 competitors will return to battle it out for the ultimate glory. With no pre-registration needed, simply show up and sign a waiver to join the fun. Compete for a chance to win buckles, cash, and prizes in various divisions. Feel the rush, embrace the challenge, and be part of this unique winter spectacle. Don't miss out on this exciting event. Sign up for Ski Shoring and experience the thrill of racing through the snow. For more information, visit bearlake.org. See you at Ski Shoring the Bear.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Jackson Hewitt makes taxes feel like a yacht rock song.
Breeze, give me my biggest tax refund, please. You, me, and a lifetime accuracy guarantee.
And now get $100 just to try Jackson Hewitt. Does your tax person do that?
Say goodbye to that no guarantee tax guy.
Ready to sail through tax season? Go to Jackson Hewitt and you'll be... Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Washington County Legacy Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Washington County Legacy Park. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Mountain America Expo Center, Washington County Legacy Park. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandswimspasale.com.
KSL News Time, 1225. It's one of the last remaining big industrial conglomerates in the country. ABC's Sherry Preston says Honeywell is splitting up into 3 different companies.
Honeywell is a $145 billion company, and it's a lot of things. One part of its business focuses on personal protective products, things like work goggles and respiratory masks. One part focuses on IT and industrial automation. And one part is an aerospace and aviation technology business. Honeywell has already announced it was spinning off the personal protective gear division. Now it says it's forming independent aerospace and aviation companies as well. The separation to be completed by the end of next year. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Watching Utah's money, Google is scrapping some of its diversity hiring targets, joining a lengthening list of U.S. companies that have been abandoning or scaling back their diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. The move comes in the wake of an executive order issued by President Trump. The Boy Scouts of America saw a small increase in members after rebranding to just Scouting America. The group is leaning into inclusivity and trying to leave a scandalous past behind them. 16,000 new Scouts have joined the troop. Hotel operator Hilton Worldwide is forecasting a relatively weak 2025. The chain says it's because of weak leisure travel demand. Low and middle income people are dealing with the growing cost of groceries, among other things, so the chain expects them to cut back on vacation spending. And taking a look at your money at this moment, the Dow is down by 212 points, about 0.5%, sitting at 44,659. S&P is up by 4, and the NASDAQ is up by 43 points.
The newest part of your morning, and still so familiar.
When you wake up and listen to a radio show, it's like you're a part of a family. You're listening in on people you know, and it's magnificent that Andy Farnsworth is sitting in the chair because he's someone we know.
Utah's Morning News. Andy Farnsworth joins Amanda Dixon to bring you important news in the car. 5 to 9 on KSL News Radio.
If you're struggling with missing or broken teeth or painful dentures, you're not alone. Countless people face these challenges, but you don't have to suffer any longer. It's time to rediscover the confidence of a full, healthy smile with Stubbs Dental Implant Center, Utah's best of state winner. At Stubbs Dental, they understand how your missing teeth can hold you back in your career, social life, even in love. But it doesn't have to be that way. Their team of experts transforms lives with dental implants, one smile at a time. Imagine what a new smile could do for you. Thousands have turned to Stubbs Dental for dental implants, gaining more than just teeth. They've regained their self-confidence. And the best part? Finding out if you're eligible for dental implants is easy. Visit StubbsDental.com. And in just 60 seconds, you could be on your way to a life-changing smile. Don't wait any longer to take the first step towards the life you deserve. Visit StubbsDental.com, StubbsDental.com today.
Excuse me, traffic and weather together. And we do have emergency traffic coverage, and it's sponsored by Mountain America's Limited Time Balance Transfer Bonus. Ricky, tell us what's going on.
We have a parking lot showing up on northbound I-15. It's all due to a rollover crash with injuries. Northbound at the point of the mountain by the dirt pile, we have 3 right and center lanes of travel blocked. And these speeds, well, they're at a crawl. It's just stop and go. They've reached back to SR 92, about 1100 north, and SR 92 Temp Highway in the Lehigh area, and they're starting to back past that. A lot of people are jumping off of northbound I-15, and I'm starting to see overflow delays going westbound 2100 north, approaching Redwood Road to come into the Salt Lake County area northbound on Redwood. Redwood or frontage are still your best options right now with this crash. No estimated time of when it will clear, and you need to add at least 15 to 20, maybe even 25 minutes to your travel time, depending on where you are in the backup. Ballet West Cinderella live with the Ballet West Orchestra. Buy tickets today at balletwest.org. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Hey, look for partly cloudy skies today and a high of 52, which is still 10 above the normal. Overnight, we're going to drop down to 41. Winds will pick up out of the south. That'll push temperatures early Friday to 59. Friday afternoon, a cold front will drop us down with rain and snow showers. Temperatures will fall off into the 40s. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Few clouds, 43 degrees downtown.
You're listening to Utah's New News with Maria Chaleos
on KSL News Radio,
102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good afternoon, KSL News Time, 12:30. KSL's top story this half hour, and it is breaking news. An earlier version of a labor union bill that has ruffled feathers across the state is being debated on the Senate floor right now. It was originally put on pause while lawmakers came up with new versions that would be a compromise with unions. But today they brought back the earlier version that would eliminate collective bargaining for public employees. Now we will continue to follow this story for you and bring you more this afternoon during Jeff Kaplan's Afternoon News. A Utah lawmaker wants to cap how much state money agencies can make from specialty license plates, meaning the Utah Historical Society could miss out on millions of dollars. KSL News Radio's Adam Small has more of our special coverage, Eye on the Hill 2025.
Representative Val Peterson's bill would cap earnings state agencies can make from special plates to $300,000 a year. The rest would go into the state's general transportation fund. Jason Gardner with the Utah State Tax Commission tells me the vintage black license plates have brought in over $6 million in just the last couple of years. So if this bill becomes law, the Utah Historical Society could potentially miss out on several millions of dollars a year. And under the proposed cap, he says the black plates would be the only ones affected.
No other special group, state agency special group license plate is even close to reaching the $300,000 threshold.
The bill is still awaiting its first committee hearing on Capitol Hill. Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
A Utah lawmaker wants to pass a bill that requires people under arrest for certain crimes to go before a judge before they can be released from jail. Salt Lake County Sheriff Rosie Rivera joined Utah's Morning News saying the impact of this bill could be significant.
Our jail has been at capacity for a very long time, and we really just need some more space to make things work.
Salt Lake County voters chose not to approve a bond this past election to help expand the jail's capacity. Rivera says the bill would mean her office would have to pay to house inmates in other counties, which would take funds away from other programs. A bill to give discounts to veterans at state parks has died in committee, but KSL News Radio's Tammy Kikuchi reports the sponsor hopes to make it rise from the ashes.
Senate Bill 114 would have given veterans a 25% discount at state parks. Sponsor Senator Karen Kwan appreciates that disabled veterans get into the parks for free already, but felt all veterans should be honored with the discount. But Senator Scott Sandel argued against the bill, calling it unfair to police officers and firefighters.
A pilot program last year was popular with vets who quickly claimed the 1,600 passes. Kwan hopes to try for passage later. Two new bills aimed at healthy eating will be heard at Utah's Capitol this legislative session. One of the bills would not allow individuals using the SNAP program to purchase soda or candy. The bill's sponsor, Kristen Chevrier, says her goal is to make people more healthy. But Gina Carino with Utahns Against Hunger says the bill is fraught with inconsistencies.
It's okay then to buy Twizzlers because it doesn't meet the definition of candy, but a Snickers bar is defined as candy, so you can't buy that. So it's really not, when you get to the nitty-gritty, it's not about healthy food. It's about what ingredients are in there.
Karina says the bill states anything that contains flour, like Twizzlers, does not count as candy. KSL's top national stories. Democrats on Capitol Hill are raising concerns about Elon Musk and his reach into the federal government. A shouting match erupted in the House Oversight Committee after ranking member Jerry Connolly called for the committee to subpoena Musk.
Democrats in the House Oversight Committee knew that effort to subpoena Elon Musk was not going to go anywhere because Democrats don't control that committee. They don't control the House. They don't control the Senate. And one of the things I've heard from Democratic lawmakers is this sense that they have limited cards to play to push back on this effort of Elon Musk's to revamp the federal government as we know it.
That is ABC's Jay O'Brien reporting. A federal judge is set to consider whether to block a survey the Department of Justice sent to FBI agents. Acting Deputy Attorney General is clarifying the survey memo, which covers FBI agents' actions in the investigation of the January 6th riot at the Capitol. ABC News Justice reporter Jack Date reports.
Here's with his latest memo that Beauvais wants to make it clear that they're only collecting this information to commence a review to see if there's any further personnel actions necessary. However, they say that they want to go after people who acted with corrupt or partisan intent. What that means exactly is not clear.
This comes after the Trump administration has already fired prosecutors who tried January 6th cases. Other national stories we are following this hour. Numerous lawsuits have been filed against Southern California Edison for last month's deadly Eaton fire in Altadena, California, even though no cause has yet been determined. Now the electric company is updating the state on its investigation into the fires. ABC's Alex Stone reports.
In new state filings, Southern California Edison says despite evidence showing the deadly Eaton fire started under its transmission lines, there is no evidence its equipment was responsible for that fire. But Southern California Edison says it is looking into claims an idle transmission line became energized and sparked, causing the Eaton fire. In the filings, the company does say its equipment likely started a smaller fire called the Hearst Fire, which burned about 800 acres during the firestorm. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los Angeles.
First look traffic. Ricky Meese, you have a big problem on your hands at the point of the mountain.
It is a mess out there. Northbound I-15, a crash in Bluffdale at the point. It's a crash with injuries, blocking 3 right lanes, causing stop-and-go delays, almost back to 2100 North Lehigh. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL News Time, 12:36.
Paid for by government.com. Have you heard? A recent stash of 1902 Morgan silver dollar coins has been found. These gorgeous 1902 silver dollar coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 300 of these Morgan silver dollars are available. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone interested in silver coins. Just call government at 1-800-806-1641, and you are guaranteed a mint condition 1902 Morgan silver dollar featuring the iconic old mint mark of the New Orleans Mint, but with limited quantity. You must call now. These 1902 silver coins are still in uncirculated condition. That is 122 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-806-1641. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-806-1641 now to secure your 1902 Morgan silver dollars before they sell out. That's 1-800-806-1641.
Attention homeowners, it's Freeberary at Yes Air Conditioning, Heating, Plumbing, and Electric. Get a free furnace and smart thermostat with the purchase of select new cooling systems. That's right, purchase a new system from the pros at Yes and get a furnace and smart thermostat absolutely free. We offer expert technicians, flexible payment options, and our exceptional service guarantee, ensuring your peace of mind. Request your complimentary consultation from Yes today. Call now or visit theyesmancan.com for details, terms, and conditions.
Do you have an IRA or 401k? It's natural to think of this as being your money, right? But remember, you still have to pay taxes when you withdraw this money in retirement. And you could be paying a lot more in taxes on these accounts than you know. A lot more. Learn the strategies that can help you reduce or eliminate your taxes in retirement. Don't miss a special edition of Retirement Solutions Radio this Saturday afternoon at 3 o'clock. Right here on KSL News Radio 1027.
Dominion Energy customers in Utah, Wyoming, and Idaho are now proudly served by Enbridge Gas. Enbridge looks forward to a bright future together. To learn more, visit enbridgegas.com.
Thank you for joining us for Utah's New News. Recapping our top story on Utah's Senate floor this hour, lawmakers are debating an earlier version of the controversial labor union bill that would ban collective bargaining for public sector employees. KSL News Time, 1238. A Kearns man has been arrested in connection to a 2016 murder. Police say Jimmy Alexis Lopez is a known gang member and is likely linked to several shootings and violent offenses. He's accused of shooting Marvin Lopez near 4220 West, 5615 South. Police say a man in the car claimed that he was looking for a specific gang member. We have an update to the Starbase STEM Camp for Kids that we told you about earlier this week at Hill Air Force Base. Last night, there was their last event for students since their funding has been cut. Starbase Director David Amperin tells KSL TV he's hoping the funding can be restored in time for students to take part next year.
We want to see them do this. We want to see them actually have the thrill of victory, the agony of defeat, all that good stuff.
Starbase teachers volunteered their time to hold the final event last night. Emergency traffic, it's sponsored by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. Here's Ricky Meese.
Well, Maria, this does not look good. Delays are building to 45 minutes. Probably minimum if I'm being generous. And this is all due to an injury accident at the point of the mountain northbound I-15. It's directly across from the dirt pile. Only 2 left lanes of traffic are getting by. And even with that, they had to temporarily hold back all traffic for just a couple of minutes. Now they've let that traffic move through. However, we do have delays building to 2100 North in Lehigh. If you want to avoid this backup, again, probably 40 to 45 minutes of delays, you want to avoid northbound I-15, use Frontage Road or Foothill to come into Salt Lake County. But right now, if you are stuck in these delays, just be patient. We're still waiting for possible more emergency crews to arrive. Take UTA instead of driving and actually enjoy your ride. Try UTA to see the difference. Plan your trip at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Forecasting a daytime high of 52 today. Partly cloudy skies. We'll stay dry. Overnight, winds will increase out of the south. That'll keep our overnight lows mild in the low 40s. Tomorrow early, we're going to hit 59 degrees before the front. It'll be windy out of the south. Front hits sometime Friday afternoon. That'll bring rain, snow showers, and temperatures will drop off behind it. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Nice sunshine right now, 43 degrees downtown. Coming up on Utah's New News, the deadline for government workers to take buyout agreements has been extended now that a federal judge has temporarily blocked the president's move. We'll get the latest from one of our national correspondents coming up, streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio. We are Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
All the other programs out there push the drugs, and I wanted to do it not using drugs.
Worried about all the side effects from the new weight loss drugs? Let Soda Weight Loss help you let go of the weight for good, without drugs, injections, or side effects.
It was just time. We saw ourselves in a picture and said, let's do it. And he called, and it's just been a wonderful journey. Soda has all the parts that made it successful for us to lose weight. The counseling without drugs, it's the best program in my book.
Soda Weight Loss is the #1 weight loss program in America for client satisfaction and results. And we have the proof at sodaweightloss.com. Right now, when you join with a partner, you only pay for one. Let Soda Weight Loss help you drop that belly fat faster than you ever dreamed, naturally. Go to sodaweightloss.com right now. Achieve your weight loss goals with your partner and only pay for one. New clients only. Join now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. Soda is state of the art.
It's the Advanced Window Products President's Day sale. If the cold is seeping in through your old windows, Advanced Window Products will install state-of-the-art double-pane windows with insulated frames. Your home will take on an exciting new look, and you're going to save on your heating bill. And not for nothing, your air conditioning in summer. And right now, with the President's Day sale, you save $2,500 off 10 windows or more. For 38 years, Advanced Windows has been building beautiful custom windows and frames right here in Utah. There's no middleman, so you save. So keep out the cold, cut down your energy bills, and save $2,500 with one call to Advanced Window Products. 801-850-9100. An expert comes out for a no-pressure consultation. They'll tell you about the payment plans, including no payments for 24 months. The Advanced Window Products President's Day sale. Get $2,500 off. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or just go to advancedwindows.com.
If there's a problem during your siding, gutter, or window installation project, most contractors will try to hide it, ignore it, or blame someone else. It's called passing the buck or turning a blind eye, or my favorite, finger pointing. My question is, where is the accountability? Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and look, sometimes problems just happen, no matter who you hire. Maybe the wrong color siding gets delivered, despite the order being placed perfectly, or maybe a downspout gets cut short. Honestly, it could be anything. At RGS Exteriors, mistakes are rare. But if something goes wrong, I can absolutely, positively, 100% guarantee you we'll never hide it and we'll never pass the buck. We'll make certain everything turns out right for you. That's people over profits. That's the RGS Exteriors way. For a free estimate on siding, gutters, or windows, call 801-280-3110, rgsexteriors.com, rgsexteriors.com.
KSL News Time, 1245. The three things you need to know this hour first.
A bill seeking to cap earnings state agencies can make from specialty license plates could potentially cost the Utah Historical Society millions of dollars a year. I'm KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
Second, in breaking news, the controversial labor union bill that would ban collective bargaining for public employees has now passed through the Senate. It now heads to the governor's desk. Third, traffic and weather together, Ricky.
It is emergency traffic. Northbound I-15, just a mess. Going from Lehigh to the point of the mountain where we have a serious accident. Only 2 left lanes of traffic are getting by right now. Backups, and they are solid delays. We're back to 2100 North. You're looking at 40 to 45 minutes of delays. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
In between cold fronts today with a high of 52, partly cloudy, but another front sweeps through tomorrow. I'm Matt Johnson.
A lot of sunshine, 43 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Time for KSL's top national stories.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. A utility company in Southern California says its equipment likely started the Hearst fire in Los Angeles County last month.
In a new state filing, Southern California Edison admits its equipment likely sparked what was called the Hearst fire, which burned about 800 acres in northern L.A. The filing saying SoCal Edison believes its equipment may have been linked to ignition of that fire, despite evidence showing the larger and deadly Eaton fire in Altadena started under SoCal Edison transmission lines. The company says there is no evidence its equipment was responsible for the Eaton fire, but it's still looking into whether an idle transmission line became energized and sparked the Eaton fire.
ABC's Alex Stone. A federal judge in Massachusetts temporarily blocked the Trump administration's buyout offer for federal workers until at least Monday. Employees were facing a midnight deadline to take that buyout or risk being fired. And heavy rain in Northern California now being blamed for 2 deaths in Sonoma County. This is ABC News.
Time now for the KSL In-Depth. As you just heard on ABC News, a federal judge has blocked President Trump's plan to push out federal employees by offering them financial incentives just hours before the deadline. Joining me now live to talk about it is News Nation White House correspondent Libby Dean. Libby, thanks for being with me.
Thanks for having me.
Help us understand these latest developments.
Yeah, this is just the latest development. I mean, we were waiting all day because we were expecting this deadline of midnight tonight for this buyout to be halted. But then we saw this federal judge in Massachusetts, as you laid out there, block this and then telling administration officials to extend that deadline to apply for the program until after that hearing that is now set for Monday. So we were looking at this deadline of midnight tonight. We're about, 9 hours from that now. But it looks like that's going to be extended until Monday now. So a lot up in limbo right now, considering there was 2 million people who were offered this deal, this buyout deal, and 40,000 have accepted it so far. Those 40,000 likely questioning what this means.
Yeah. What does it mean? I mean, those people who have already applied, does that mean they get it or not?
So one big concern with this whole entire program, and the reason that this lawsuit was actually brought by union workers, was the fact that the government was actually able and is able to rescind the offer, even if a federal employee signs off on wanting to do this buyout program. Because with this buyout program, what it means is these federal employees are paid all the way through September. They continue to receive benefits through September. That doesn't mean that this couldn't change. And that's the big question here, is like if this is up in the air and then now we're seeing courts weigh in. But I actually asked Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, just moments ago at the White House about this. I said, first of all, is this number less than you were anticipating, this 40? Because this is only 2%. If you look at 40,000 federal employees who accepted this offer of the 2 million, that's about 2% of the federal employees accepting this offer. The White House likely was anticipating more people to accept this offer. So I asked Caroline Leavitt about that, and if that is something that was true. She said, this is where we're at right now. We're at 40,000. We expect that number to grow as we near this midnight deadline. But now I'm curious if they expect that number to grow anymore. Maybe if there's federal employees over the weekend who are going to change their mind now that this federal judge has weighed in saying, you know what, let's give the federal employees more time to make this big decision.
All right. Well, we'll wait and see what happens next week. Thanks so much for being with me.
Thanks for having me.
Live on the KSL Newsline, that is News Nation White House correspondent Libby Dean. Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. Here's Ricky Meese.
And
Ricky,
it is
I should have hit the emergency traffic sounder.
That's okay.
There we go. Now it's all right.
Emergency traffic continues on northbound I-15, where we have a fatal accident at the point of the mountain. It's right across from the dirt pile in the Bluffdale area, and still only a couple of left lanes of traffic are open for everyone to funnel through and try to get by. As a result, Frontage Road running parallel to northbound I-15, seeing an overflow of delays at this time. But if you are stuck in the backups on northbound I-15, you're still looking at 45 minutes, maybe even longer, of solid delays, and those brake lights are waiting for you near 2100 North in Lehigh. If you can make your way over to Redwood Road, that might be a better option. But now that we know this has turned to a deadly crash, investigators will be on the scene for the next couple of hours. So we expect some of these delays to continue. Again, avoid northbound I-15 from Lehigh to the point of the mountain and use an alternate route. Common Spirit hospitals, clinics, and caregivers, all connected to advanced healthcare in Colorado, Kansas, and Utah. In Utah, healthcare with human kindness is here. Hello, human kindness. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast, trending a bit cooler. We'll start mild today, though. Partly cloudy skies, 52. Windy tomorrow with a cold front by afternoon. Look for an early high of 59. Rain, snow showers with the front, cold behind it. 41, partly cloudy skies, breezy on Saturday. Sunday, dry, 39, mostly clear, 38 on Monday. Tuesday's 37. We're back up to 39, mostly cloudy, by Wednesday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now, 43 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City. The 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. Quick check of the markets. The Dow continues to lose ground, now down by more than 200 points. Complete update of your money news coming up next.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Washington County Legacy Park. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Washington County Legacy Park. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. 2 locations, Sandy and Hurricane. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Mountain America Expo Center, Washington County Legacy Park. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Are you in search of a fulfilling career where you can work on a team that provides you room to grow, learn, and thrive every day? Focus Engineering and Surveying is looking for individuals to join their team who take pride in the customer service they provide and have a passion for their clients to be successful. No experience in engineering, CAD design, or surveying? No problem. Focus will train those who fit their team culture for rewarding careers in surveying and CAD design. If you can align with the core ideology and the Focus team culture, if you're internally driven, team-oriented, client-focused, and love personal development and growth, Focus Engineering and Surveying is the place for you. Enjoy a positive work environment and paid internship opportunities, plus fantastic benefits like great health care with 80% employer-paid premium and HSA matched up to $200 per month, 401k, vacation, even annual performance bonuses. Start your journey towards your new and fulfilling career. Apply now at FocusUtah.com. That's FocusUtah.com.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down. get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad Pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Any Hour Services can help you make sure your furnace keeps you warm this winter. Whether you need a tune-up, a repair, or a second opinion about replacing it, call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
KSL News Time 12:55. Watching Utah's money, Walmart is laying off hundreds of employees and closing its North Carolina office. USA Today says employees will be relocated to the company's main hubs in California and Arkansas. Eli Lilly, the maker of the popular weight loss drugs Zepbound and Mounjaro, saw a big jump in revenue compared to last year. CNBC says it made $13.5 billion. That is up 45% from last year. Peloton shares are up this morning. The company says they had a better holiday season than expected, and CNBC says some of it is thanks to the company's partnership with Costco, which now sells the bikes. Your money at this moment, the Dow down by 210 points. That's 0.5%, sitting at 44,661. S&P down by just a fraction. The NASDAQ up by 3 points.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
KSL Broadcast Group contests are open to participants 18 years of age and older that are residents of Utah, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest may not enter. Persons who have won in the last 30, 60, or 90 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available at kslnewsradio.com/contests.
Emergency traffic coverage brought to you by Mountain America's limited time balance transfer bonus. And here's Ricky Meese.
Well, I-15 is just a mess going northbound at the point of the mountain where we have a bad crash blocking center and right lanes of traffic. We have stop and go delays into Lehigh right around 2100 north. Overflow delays, traffic packed in and slow northbound on the frontage road. Another option would be to make your way west of I-15 and bring in and come into Salt Lake County on northbound Redwood Road. But right now, you're probably going to be sitting in delays of an average of 45 minutes from 2100 North Lehigh up to the Point. Lagoon is hiring full-time year-round ride maintenance technicians and electricians with journeyman or apprentice level experience. Apply online at lagoonpark.com/jobs. Must be 18 years of age or older to apply. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Taking a look at the forecast, highs for the next couple of days in the 50s, and on Saturday we drop down into the 40s, a 90% chance of showers tomorrow.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
1 o'clock at KSL News Radio, I'm Heather Peterson. KSL's top story this hour, an earlier version of a labor union bill that has ruffled feathers across the state has now passed the Senate. It was originally put on pause while lawmakers came up with new versions to compromise with unions, but today they brought back the earlier version that would eliminate collective bargaining for public employees. It passed by a vote of 16-13. The bill now heads to the governor's desk. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. A federal judge in Boston is hitting pause on the president's buyout of federal employees. He wants it to wait until next week, giving time for both sides to gather their arguments.